not screen sharing yet, so it should just be a black screen.
It is, yeah.
But I can see on the list now that you're in the. Let me just.
Where's my option?
Yeah.
Where's my options to shut off the video and my sound?
So your video should be off already because it's showing muted for us.
Okay.
And then your sound just be from your device. So if you've got like a volume key on your keyboard,
yeah,
use those to either turn it up or turn it down.
Okay.
But we're muted right now, so you shouldn't hear anything from us.
No.
That would be normal.
But usually it gives you the option to turn off video because I can see myself here, right?
That might just be a preview of your camera because it's showing on our end that your video is turned off.
Gotcha.
So we can't see you.
Good enough. Okay. If I have any problems, I'll just call Deanna back.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks.
No problem.
All right, bye.
Good evening, everybody. It's 6 p.m. on Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and we'll call a session of West Hants Regional Municipality Council meeting to order. I do confirm, Clerk Snare, we do have quorum. Councillor Morton is zooming in tonight, and Councillor Bob Morton is about 5 minutes late, so we do have quorum. West Hants Regional Municipality is in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. These lands are governed by the treaties of peace and friendship signed in 1726. We're all treaty people and have responsibilities to each other and this land. West Hants Regional Municipality also recognizes that African Nova Scotians are distinct peoples whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched that part of Mi'kmaq known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. Welcome tonight, everybody. We have a few in the audience, whether they're presenters or some staff or applicants for some planning matters. So in case of a fire alarm, we have two exits on the left and the right of the room. Please make your way out in an orderly fashion. To my left, to your right, out to the muster station. I'll be the last one in the building, making sure everybody's safe and sound and out okay. We are going to abide by our policies here in chambers and for the municipality. So we're going to ask everybody to be respectful of council and of each other and of the other presenters and staff members as they are presenting. We all have opinions and thoughts, but it's a safe spot, and please share your ideas and thoughts on any matter that you wish to in a very respectful way. And let's get some good decisions happening here. With that, council, any announcements from council members from the community? Councillor Paul Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just want to let everybody know out there that this weekend is Avon River Days. And for me personally, it's a pretty exciting weekend. I'll be doing the tug of war announcing at the exhibition grounds on Saturday afternoon. And then we have the antique tractor pull on Sunday morning at 10 a.m. at the exhibition grounds. So hope to see a good crowd out there.
You're going to say you'll be doing the tugging and the pulling, but Councillor Remy.
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted everybody to know that this year is the 50th anniversary of the Hants County Christmas Angels. I know you received an email, but also they are having Cambridge Hills Golf courses holding a charity golf tournament on September 18th. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there because we don't have council in August, so it'll be sneaking right up, but they are looking for some donations. So if anybody is willing to donate anything, they can reach out to the Angels.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Anything else, council? All right. Any declarations of conflict for this evening? Seeing nothing. I know I skipped the approval of the agenda, so we'll get to that. We have a couple of changes on the agenda, council. If you will allow, I'd like to move up 15A, financial ERP system, to make it 9A. And that 9B, climate action, will become 9B rather than 9A. And that was it on my end. Is there any other additions, deletions from council members? Deputy Mayor.
Mayor, through you, on 12 Committee of the Council Experts, B3 or 2, Blue Route sweeping request. I will remove that as it was completed yesterday and today. So I thank you to our MLA for getting that done for us. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. So just making sure everything was kosher on that side. So if council's okay, I'll look for nods of heads. That one's been addressed, so there's no point to address that one. It was a recommendation from committee, but we are ourselves. It's good news that it was done. They must have been watching the last meeting.
She was here.
All right. Any other changes or requests from council? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. We will have the meeting agenda approved with those couple of changes. Previous meeting minutes were circulated in your packages, June 23rd, 2026 council meeting minutes and June 23rd, 2026 MPS and LUB amendments to allow approval of development and building permits public hearing minutes. Everybody had a chance to read through those. If there's any changes or requests, we can take them now. All right, nothing. All right. Those have been approved then as circulated. We do have two public hearings this evening, council. The first is the appeal of variance approval 532-542 O'Brien Street, Windsor, PID 4505-4392 development agreement. Can I have a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor John Smith. All those in favor signify by hands up. I can't see Paul on the screen there, Clerk Snare, just for. All right, opposed. Motion is passed with the exception I couldn't see the vote from Councillor Paul Morton there. All right, so public hearings for planning matters or other matters are required by Part 8 of the Municipal Government Act. Public hearings hosted by council provides members of the public an opportunity to bring up concerns and ask planning staff questions regarding the proposal. Once the public hearing is complete, council may resume and members of council may then ask questions or make comments. This one is an appeal of variance approval. So we have our great planning staff. Will, you going to take it first or? Yep, we'll give it to you. So council, I'm not sure, just before we get to that, Development Officer Will Overholt. Some of you may not have had the chance to meet him face to face yet. If so, Will, Council Will. Little informal, but I wasn't sure. Nick, you guys all know as well. So, all right. Derek, sorry. Nick is over here still. Haven't got the Nick yet.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me? Fine. There we go. Okay, so council is being asked to hear an appeal of a variance that was granted and decide whether to uphold the development officer's decision or to overturn it. The property in question is 532 to 542 O'Brien Street, Windsor, PID 45054392. The applicants are Morgan Zwicker and Ladea Roberts. So the development officer's role is to check compliance with the land use bylaw. So when an applicant cannot meet something in the land use bylaw, such as a setback, the applicant is able to apply for a variance. And that process is governed by the MGA, the Municipal Governments Act. Section 235(3) of the MGA sort of lays out the main tests for a variance. So a variance may be granted where it doesn't violate the intent of the bylaw. The difficulty isn't general to the properties in the area, and that there was no intentional disregard for the land use bylaw. No other factors are able to be, considered in this test. Those are the only ones that the MGA lays out. Section 236(6) outlines the requirements for the notice. So when a variance is approved or refused, the notice must be sent to all neighbors within 30 meters, and it must describe the variance itself, identify the property, and set out the right to appeal. And section 237(1) allows council to hear an appeal of a granted or refused variance and make any decision the development officer could have made. Additionally, there is no higher board of appeals for a variance, so whatever decision is made is final. So the application, the variance application is related to a 10-unit residential building in Windsor. The requested reduction was for a rear yard setback of for originally 35 feet or 10.7 meters to 15 feet or 4.6 meters for the 10-unit building. Every other aspect of the Windsor land use bylaw is still to be met, including height, all the other setbacks, the lot coverage, parking and recreation, and the requirements for parking and recreation are 1 parking space per unit, so 10 total, and 150 to 400 square feet of recreation space per unit. It depends on how many bedrooms are in each unit, so that's why there's a range there. So here's just a sketch of the proposed development. You see the lot is around 80 feet wide at the front and 60 feet at the rear. It's irregular and it has sort of a tapered shape. The building needs to sit closer to the rear lot line to meet all the other provisions of the land use bylaw. The proposed rear setback ranges from 15 feet to 22.8 feet as the building sort of angled, and it's not exactly parallel with the rear lot line. The applicant considered rear parking, but their engineers found that there was no room to have safe and efficient driveway aisles in the rear. So the parking instead was moved to the front, and the proposal is to have the rear yard used for recreation space instead. just a timeline of the file. So on May 9th of this year, we received the application from Morgan Zwicker and Liddea Roberts. On May 11th, the development officer approved the variance for the reasons outlined in the discussion section of the report and then later in the presentation. There was a notice of approval, which was mailed to all property owners within 30 meters and outlined the right to appeal within 14 days. And on May 26th, a property owner within the notification area filed for an appeal. So because the variance was appealed, council may now make any decision the development officer could have made to either approve or refuse the variance based on the MGA criteria. The subject lot is designated residential in the Windsor Municipal Planning Strategy and it's zoned high-density residential R3 in the Windsor Land Use Bylaw. So it permits up to 12 units as of right. The surrounding zoning is R3 to the east and to the south. So the same as the subject lot. Medium density residential R2 to the west. Institutional to the southwest, and then general commercial and highway commercial to the north. So there is many surrounding properties that also have irregular shapes, but they have a closer sort of length to width ratio. They're more square and more uniform, and they're better suited for typical setbacks, where this lot is significantly longer than the neighboring lots, and the angle it meets with O'Brien Street makes it uniquely difficult. So the variance process, the Windsor Land Use Bylaw section 5.40 AII allows for the granting of a variance for a setback. And the MGA section 235.3 states that a variance may not be granted where it violates the intent of the development agreement or land use bylaw. The difficulty experienced is general to properties in the area, and the difficulty results from an intentional disregard of the development agreement or bylaw. So all three of these must be sort of cleared for the variance to be granted. So the evaluation, the intent of a setback, just in general, is to create a separation to ensure that the development is done in a safe and non-intrusive manner. The rear yard ranges from 15 to 22.8 feet, which is still a meaningful buffer. The noisiest and brightest uses, being the parking and the entry, are now located or proposed to be located at the front and left of the building, not at the rear. The layout continues to meet the parking and recreation requirements, as well as all other requirements of the Windsor Land Use Bylaw. And just overall recreation uses are much less intrusive than parking uses. So the intent is still being met. General difficulty, as I looked over a little bit earlier, the lot is a lot longer than its neighbors, and it sits at sort of an awkward angle to O'Brien Street. So therefore, it's not general to the area. And there was no intentional disregard for the land use bylaw. An application for the variance was submitted before any construction occurred. So since all three tests sort of been cleared, the development officer must approve the variance. So the appellant had raised a number of concerns in their appeal. First was on the magnitude of the variance, being a 57% reduction from 35 feet to 15 feet. However, there is no limit in the Windsor Land Use Bylaw or the MGA on how large a variance reduction can be. And there's also no requirement in the MGA that a variance must be minor in nature. The second was the neighborhood impacts, being the privacy, noise, lighting, reduced enjoyment. The most intrusive uses, parking and building entry, are not in the rear yard, as they would be had there not been a variance applied for. The rear yard is dedicated to recreational space, which will have minimal noise and lighting impacts. And there's still a separation distance of at a minimum 15 feet to a maximum of 22.8 feet, which will still provide a significant buffer. Justification for the actual variance, the applicant submitted that there were no alternative layouts found that fits 10 unit building that still have adequate parking and recreation space, and it is already below the 12 unit maximum of the zone. It's also important to note that evaluating alternative layouts is beyond the variance procedure. It's not our role to find the alternative layouts. It's our role to assess what is proposed by the developer. The increase in density, so historically it's been 4 units, now it's 10 units proposed. Historical density on the site is not a factor the MGA can or sort of allows the development officer or council to consider when granting or refusing a variance. And up to 12 units are permitted as of right under the current R3 zoning. Fire safety, there's been concerns from past fires on the site. Once again, historical fires on the site are not a factor that the MGA allows us to consider for variances. But additionally, we reached out to the manager of building and fire inspection services, who confirmed that the building would still have to meet National Building Code for a 15-foot setback, and that the National Building Code does allow for closer setbacks. It just changes the materials that are permitted to be used. It becomes a little more restrictive, but it's not impossible and it still needs to be met. And lastly, access to information. So the notice provided met the requirements of Section 236(6) of the MGA, which requires that the notice describe the variance, identify the property, and set up the right to appeal. And since then, since the appeal was filed, we have also released the site plan and the applicant's supporting justification to the appellant. So just on process, as I said, there's no higher board of appeals for variances. Council's decision is final and determines whether a development permit can be issued for the proposed development. If council upholds the development officer's decision, the development permit will be issued as proposed. And if council overturns the decision and refuses the variance, the development permit will be refused as proposed. So staff recommend that council uphold the decision of the development officer to grant the variance request by approving the following motion. That council upholds the decision of the development officer with regard to the granting of a variance to reduce the rear yard setback distances to property lines for a multi-unit residential building at 532, 542 O'Brien Street, Windsor, PID 4505-4392.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Will. Questions, council, to Will at this point while we're still in public hearing? Councilor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to the development officer. Thank you for the presentation and the information. The one question that I had, and I was trying to check my notes on it, so I may have missed you saying it. You referenced MGA, and is there not a limitation within the MGA as to the extent of which a variance could be granted? Am I incorrect in thinking that when we were going through a previous file earlier this year, I was pretty sure that there was something there that limits the variance to make it minor versus what you might call more than minor? Can you help me with that?
Yeah, through the chair, there's not a minimum. There is for subdivisions, but that is a separate process in the MGA. But for variances for setbacks, there's no minimum or maximum reduction outlined in the MGA. Certain land use bylaws are permitted to set a maximum, but ours does not.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess the other question or comment, because this all comes about, this is part of the Housing Accelerator Fund where we converted R4s, became R3s, and R3s got greater density. And so we went through that process, and I think it was perhaps during a similar conversation on this, but the wording or the explanation that we had of that additional density is subject to compliance with the zoning requirements. And there was nothing there about subject to zoning compliance, the zoning requirements with the ability to then do a variance. It was purely that they must be subject to. And so my view when I've read the file, and I'll lead into the question here, is that that the property owner needs to build within the envelope that they have for a property. And even though we have the ability to go up to 12 units, doesn't mean that they can pack it with 12 units and ignore those compliance requirements. Am I incorrect in that interpretation? Because otherwise it seems that having the regulations really doesn't matter. If you can still pack the lot and find a way to get around one of the compliance standards. Can you answer that for me, please?
Yeah, so a variance is an option for any as of right development, and it's only for certain criteria of the zone, the rear yard or the yards being one of them. But there are things in the land use bylaw that aren't able to be varied. This is just happens to be one of them. And it is, like I said, it's an option for any any zone and any as of right development has that option to apply for a variance. And if it meets the criteria of the MGA, then the variance will be granted.
If I could follow with one further, Your Worship. Thank you. On the as of right, it was the other point that I had wanted to get to, but it left my mind. So as of right, they can come in and do what they're doing by and large, aside from they're not meeting the full standard. It just seems to me that that's where we would probably direct them through to a development agreement, because it's not meeting the land zone requirements that applying for the variance appears to short circuit that process, I guess, if I could say it that way. Is that, again, an incorrect interpretation, or am I simply taking a subjective view that doesn't?
So there wouldn't be any enabling language to let us direct this to development agreement. The MPS would have to lay out when we would, what we would do a development agreement for. In this case, there wouldn't be anything to give us that pathway. It is as of right development for up to 12 units. You're correct in that the protection around lot size is based on the lot standards and other requirements that are in place. That's really where you have to focus on that question. Does this violate the intent of the land use bylaw? And by our assessment and the development officer's assessment, the answer to that question was no, it does not. A variance of this nature simply enables more efficient use without, I guess, overriding the point of the land use bylaw, i.e. this setback is there to provide some degree of separation from the use and prevent conflict between that use and the neighboring uses. And by having, when we look at the two options of parking in the front with the building a little closer in the back, plus the screening that's being provided, it seemed like that achieved that intent of the land use bylaw better than an alternative design that would be permitted as of right, that created a inefficient, kind of almost messy parking situation in the back with the building up front. So you just kind of have to look at it that way.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that the messy parking situation at the back is because they're putting too many units on the single lot. And again, that's a choice of the owner, but I appreciate the information. I really do, and respectfully thank you for the information and the responses.
Further questions, Councillor Yanish?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions, but the first, is it written anywhere in the planning documents how that defines the different uses that are permissible in a rear yard setback? And if so, is there a measure of how intrusive each use is in comparison to another use? Is that written down somewhere?
I don't believe it is written anywhere like explicitly. I think it's relatively subjective on it, but there's nothing in the land use bylaw that states how intrusive a use of parking versus recreation space would be.
Thank you.
Further questions, Council? Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Mayor, I just want to affirm a couple things here. So according to the MGA, it meets the criteria. There's significant buffer in the back, and it's going to be recreational green space. So there's no parking. So the noise should be limited. Do I understand that correctly? Okay. So all three of the criteria met the standards to approve the variance and with what we're doing. Okay, I think that's all I had. Oh, the only other thing was the fire code. So as of right, for up to 12 units, and because of the buffer, they'll just have to build to code because of that. So all of those boxes were ticked. Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question is around the stormwater runoff. So there's going to be a lot more hard surface on the lot now. So can you tell us what the owner's going to do to retain the water on the land, as you know, so that it meets the original amount of water that stayed on the land?
Right now with as of right development, currently there's no requirements for stormwater plans or lot grading plans. So there's not really any way we have to, there's not really anything that needs to be submitted in our documents that's required to be able to measure that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Louis Finch.
Thank you through you, Chair. So council has to apply the same principles to evaluate the criteria for the variance as you applied yourself in order to arrive at this decision.
Yeah, the MGA just essentially lets council make any decision that the development officer would have made using the same everything else. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, not seeing any more lights. I'm going to open up to any of the public in the room who wish to speak on the matter. You can come on up and we'll get you to click the light on there, state your name for the record, and love to hear your thoughts.
Just gonna push this back. I have a loud voice anyway. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening. Thank you, William, for all of your information and passing it along. I do have a couple questions.
Just
So
your
my
name
name is
for-
Sarah
oh,
Orman.
sorry.
Yep, nope. And I live at 11 Wentworth Road. So my property directly abuts what we're talking about in rear setback. Particularly, I do have a building that's on the property line, so 15 feet. That's from me to you. Less than that actually is intrusive. So a few comments, and then I have questions for council and perhaps you again, William. I know you've been great at answering my questions, so thank you for that. It was mentioned in the presentation that the use of the land bylaw is safe and non-intrusive manner. And so you had mentioned that, and I think about who is it non-intrusive to? Is it non-intrusive to the people that are already part of the community and built in? And I also want to make the comment, I am not against redevelopment in that area. It definitely needs it. I just think that we need to consider how or who is going to be taking on the abutment of the difference in the variances. So one question I have is what evidence demonstrates that 15 feet setback still achieves the purpose of a 35-foot setback for the neighboring properties?
So the way we looked at it was what was actually going to be used there, and as it is supposed to be, or is proposed to be recreation space as opposed to parking, which was, would have been the alternative had there not have been a variance. Parking would have been, even with a 35 foot setback, much more intrusive, both with noise and light as opposed to recreation space. So that's sort of how we measured the intrusiveness of the setback itself.
Okay, so my understanding is that the purpose of the rear yard setback was an appropriate buffer between neighboring properties. So in this case, the setback has actually been reduced. So the buffer therefore has been reduced regardless of what is going to be on the other side of my fence. So I guess I respectfully question whether that buffer and therefore the intent of the setback requirement is still being maintained.
Some of this has to come to experience, and we take, as development officers, part of our job is compliance and taking complaints for land use. And in the time doing it, I've received many more complaints in regards to parking lots than recreation space. I don't think I've ever actually got a complaint about recreation space.
What recreation spaces are going to be in 15 feet of land?
It's considered amenity space, so it's kind of just a space where people can be outdoors, whether that be read a book or hang out. That's, it's not a public park. It's space for the residents of the building to be able to just be outdoors. Yeah, so I mean it's all experience and to some degree opinion. But yeah, that's in my years of doing this, is parking lots are certainly generate more complaints than other uses.
Okay, and then I guess my final comment or question is, I guess it feels as a community member and as a person that's still living in the downtown and owning the home, that preference is being given to the developer versus the surrounding neighbors and neighboring property owners that have been there for years, hundreds of years. And changing that, land, are we also, or that setback, are we also setting precedents for other properties and other areas within our communities as well? It just seems like we're kind of saying it's okay for the developer to change that, or for us as a community to change those recreate or those spaces based on what the developer has in mind, because they want to have recreation space at the back and parking at the front, versus who are the community members that are already residing in this neighborhood and have been residing in this neighborhood for several years. So I guess that's my final comment, and I'd urge you to consider, if somebody was, looking at changing the back lot in your property from 35 feet to 15, it's a substantial decrease. If we were talking about 5 feet, maybe I wouldn't be here, but 35 to 15 is substantial, and it does impact myself, my family, and obviously my neighbors and community members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. If there's anybody else in the audience wishing to speak on the matter, we can take that now. All right, anything final from you guys? No, you're good. All right, with that, council, we'll conclude this public hearing. The council session has now resumed. We do have a recommendation from staff that we'll put up on the screen for council consideration and discussion. So at the whim of council, if there's any more questions to staff, we'll take them now. If not, we'll look for direction. Councilor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The only question that I'd want to ask, and it's kind of where I guess I landed my earlier questions. I don't know that you can answer it any differently, but to the point that was just made and to my question earlier, variances or relaxation in the setbacks as part of land use within the MGA only allows for a minor relaxation of the property control regulations. That's their words, is for minor. And given that minor is not defined, it does become subjective. It becomes, what is, and as was defined in the documentation that was submitted in, I'm relying on the number. I didn't check it, unusual, but that it was 57%. Reducing 35 feet down to 15 is about a 57% reduction in the setback on the property. I don't want to engage in it. I'm just saying that I wish there was some better definition of minor, that we weren't with 12 people around a table determining what is minor in each and every one of our minds that may or may not fit the bill. If we don't get to that as part of what happens with this conversation, it's probably a bigger conversation that we should be more clear in our own land use bylaws for future reference, especially with the density that we're expecting to see take place on an ongoing basis. So I don't think that's more than a comment, unless you have anything else you can add to that minor is defined, but I wasn't able to find it.
All right, Councilor John Smith.
Just for clarification, if the variance is denied, is there an appeal process?
Not through this, no.
Okay.
Council's decision is final. Any more discussion? Councilor Paul Whedon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through you to the development officer. So if it's not used as a recreation space, will it go ahead as a parking lot space with the original 35 feet?
That's up to the developer. The proposed development that we assessed has it as a recreation space, so that's what the variance would be granted on. They wouldn't be able to change that if the variance is upheld. If it isn't, they're just like any other developer is more than welcome to apply. And if they meet all of the requirements of the land use bylaw, then they would get a development permit. But I have not seen any plans for alternatives from the developer.
Thank you.
All right. So sorry, Councilor Leary Pinch.
Thank you, through your chair. Did you say there was a range? It was like 15 feet to 22.5 feet?
Yeah, I'll bring up the sketch of the thing here. So at the minimum, it is 15 feet in it's a bottom left corner of the proposed building. And it's not perfectly parallel with the rear lot line. So it ranges from, 15 feet to 22 and a half feet at the most. So it's not, exactly 15 feet across the entire rear of the building.
All right, council, I see no more light. Oh, sorry, Deputy
I
Mayor.
have one and then I'll read the recommendation. I had scribbled down, there was no limit to the variance through the MGA. So am I correct with that?
Yes, you are correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm looking for direction, council. Deputy Mayor.
I will read the motion. That council upholds decision of the development officer with regard to the granting of a variance to reduce the rear yard setback distance to property lines for a multi-unit residential building at 532-542 O'Brien Street, Windsor, PID 45054392.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion on the motion, council. All right, so we're going to do it by a vote of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up or thumb at home. Opposed? We have Councillors Ivy, John Smith, Leary Pinch, Councillors Whedon, Remy, McLean, and Yanish opposed. The motion is defeated. All right, so thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. All right, council, our next on the agenda, rezoning application for 5398 Highway 14, Curry's Corner, PID 45075-439. Can I have a motion from council to go back into public hearing? Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch, seconded by Councillor Ivy. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed. There's Councillor Morton there. All right. Public hearings for planning matters, again, required by Part 8 of the Municipal Government Act. Public hearings hosted by council and allows members of the public an opportunity to bring up concerns or ask planning staff or the applicant questions regarding the proposal. Once the public hearing is complete, council meeting will resume, and members of council may then ask questions and make comments. So tonight's item, rezone application, 5398 Highway 14, Curry's Corner. Director Poirier.
Thank you, Mayor.
So if I could, just before you start, I wasn't here to start, and I'm going to declare, losing my voice, but declare conflict on this. I'm just part of the application. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
I just wasn't here to say it first.
Perfect. So just for the audience, for the public hearing agenda tonight, I'm going to do a short presentation to explain the application. The applicant would like to say a few words. They're in the audience today. Then it'll be passed back to the public for comments and questions from council before the conclusion of the public hearing. So as the mayor mentioned, this is a rezoning application for a portion of the lot at 5398 Highway 14 in Curry's Corner. And a completed application was received on April 26 from Maria Sikal, the lead pastor of the Glad Tidings Worship Center. So the application proposes to rezone a portion of the rear of the subject lot from the institutional to the low-density residential zone to facilitate the subdivision process and future residential use. So this image on the screen here shows the subject property outlined in the blue boundary. So that's the current lot boundary. And as you can see, it has road frontage on both Highway 14 and Dill Road. The portion of the property in the rear, which is outlined in yellow in the hatching, is the portion that they're proposing to rezone and eventually subdivide to allow the sale of that lot for residential uses. So in the ortho photo, you can see it's a low density residential area. There's a few vacant lots, and the north side of the Highway 14 is agricultural uses. On the generalized future land use map of the West Hants municipal planning strategy, the current designation for this lot and the surrounding properties on the south side of Highway 14 is residential. The north side of Highway 14 is designated agriculture. The current zoning for the property is zoned institutional, so a variety of uses are permitted in that institutional zone. The surrounding area is mainly zoned low-density residential, that's in the pinkish color, and the north side of Highway 14, again, is zoned agriculture. So the proposed rezoning would only be for that rear portion of the lot that I mentioned earlier that was in the yellow hatching. So that would be to change that portion of the lot to the low density residential zone, which would allow dwellings containing up to 4 units and manufactured homes. So this is just a view of the subject lot from Highway 14 to give a little bit of context of where we're talking about. And this image shows a very approximate portion of the lot for illustrative purposes that would be included in that rezoning. So this is from Dill Road, and that lot would have frontage on Dill Road. So when we're looking at the West Hants municipal planning strategy, there were 3 policies that we considered in terms of this application. The first policy is 5.1.3, which provides direction to allow on-site sewage systems to locate on lots fronting existing public streets in areas which are not serviced by municipal sewer services. So this lot fronts on Dill Road and Highway 14. They do have municipal water service, but they do not have municipal sewer service. So they would have to get their on-site sewage system personally, and that meets this policy. Policy 5.3.2 enables council to consider rezoning land within 3 Mile Plains Growth Center to the low-density residential zone. And this policy has been considered met since the proposed rezoning is large enough to accommodate that private septic system, and the proposed use will not conflict with adjacent existing uses. The last policy we looked at was the general criteria policy in 16.3.1. So this proposal is not considered premature and appropriate for the area. No municipal costs related to the proposal are anticipated. And when we reached out to different subject matter experts, the fire chief, development officer, manager of building and fire inspection services, the area manager of the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works, and the Public Works Engineering Division had no concerns, which have not been addressed in the staff report. In terms of the public process, we held a public information meeting on May 20th, and that was broadcast live on the municipal Facebook page. 6 members of the public attended that meeting, and the deadline for comments was June 3rd. Staff received 1 email and a phone call from an abutting property owner who was just asking for background on this application because they didn't attend the meeting. And then in terms of the public hearing, it was advertised in the Valley Journal on July 10th and July 17th. Letters were sent to property owners within 500 feet of the subject lot, and a sign was posted on the subject lot. The deadline for comments was this past Friday on July 24th, and no comments or questions were received. So again, just going through the process, we held a public information meeting on May 20th. Staff reviewed the file and gave a recommendation to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee. The Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee did make a positive recommendation on June 11th, and council held first reading on June 23rd, and now we're at the public hearing tonight. If the application does proceed, a notice will be placed in the paper, and that will outline a 14-day appeal period. So at this time, all statutory requirements have been met, and that's all I have for my presentation, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Director Poirier. The applicants wanted to speak on the matter, or? Yep, we'll bring you up now, Maria. We'll get you to state your name for the record.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am Pastor Maria Sickle of Glad Tidings Worship Center. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity of hearing our requirement. I just wanted to quickly, though, correct Sarah. So based on the requirements that were passed for the survey in regards to the testing that was done for the septic systems based on the current septic system and the septic system that would need to be put on the property. What can be developed is no more than a semi-duplex. They cannot have more than, I'm not sure if that was reiterated. So I just want to make sure that that is understood. So either single detach or semi-detached is only allowed on the lot. I just wanted to say thank you very much for all of the assistance we've gotten and how everything has proceeded. I'm not sure if you are aware, but Glad Tidings Worship Center has been a part of Windsor since the 1920s, and it became a part of the Pentecostal Assemblies of Canada 80 years ago. It'll be 80 years next year. And as well, next year we will be celebrating our Jubilee year, being 50 years at that location. As you know, situations in our county and in just overall right now in the economy are not great. And so we rely on donations to keep our doors open. But that has not stopped us for being very active in community. In the last 6 years of being pastor at Glad Tidings, we have hosted a event for the West Hants Food Bank, where we have raised close to $50,000 in food donation and financial donations for them. We are also very available to individuals in the community where we have helped pay people's rent, help people pay people their hydro bills, or whatever financial situation they may be in. And so for us to keep our doors open and be able to continue to serve the community, we need to sell this lot so that we can move forward and, God willing, be here for another 15 years if Jesus doesn't come back. But anyways, thank you so much. That's all I had to say. And I just wanted you to know that we do pray for you often at our church. We pray every week for you guys. And the Bible says that without vision, a city will perish. And I'm so glad in the time that I've had opportunity to sit with council, I'm so glad that I'm amongst people who have great vision for our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. All right. I'll open it up to comments or questions from the public at this point. Anybody wish to speak on the matter? All right, councilors, any questions to Director Poirier before we end public hearing? If there's any new information you need or any information at all. All right, anything final on your end, Director Poirier?
No, nothing
Nope.
on my end.
All right, with that, council, we will declare this public hearing concluded. The council session is now resumed, and we do have a recommendation from Planner Poirier. We'll get it up on the screen for information there. All right, so open for questions or direction from council. Director, geez, that was a pay bump there. Councilor Smith, eh? Councilor Bonnie Smith. Sure.
The council gives second reading and approves amending Schedule A of the West Hants Land Use Bylaw to rezone a portion of the lot as identified as PID 450754339 from the institutional to the low density residential zone as shown in the report number 26-07 to the Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee dated June 11th, 2026.
Moved by Councilor Bonnie Smith.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Leary Pinch. Discussion on the motion, council. All right, we'll vote by show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, next on the agenda is financial ERP system. Director Roshan.
Thank you, Worship. I am going to hand the mic over to our IT specialist, Nicholas Glover, and he is going to present. We're going to tag team on this report.
Yeah, let's go pull it up.
Right at the top. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Council. We are presenting today a recommendation for the for the acquisition and implementation of a new enterprise resource planning system, also known as an ERP system, to replace our current system that is at end of life. The recommendation request is that the recommendation request, it is recommended that Council approves the acquisition and implementation of a new ERP system from TownSuite Municipal Software, Inc. for the amount of $396,000 plus tax, and further approves the add-on of the recreation module for planning and communication of approximately $52,500 plus applicable taxes. We are also looking for the approval of the implementation contingency amount of $39,600 plus applicable taxes. Providing a background, the municipality's current enterprise resource planning system, or ERP, is nearing the end of its life cycle with the supported vendor and is scheduled to expire at the end of 2029 and no longer be receiving updates, support, or security patches. To prepare for this transition, Financial Services has completed a review of the municipality's business requirements and future operational needs. A modern ERP or Enterprise Resource Planning System solution will improve integration across finance, human resources, payroll, procurement, asset management, and reporting functions while supporting more efficient processes and better decision making.
So just to give council a little bit of background, in discussion, Central Square Diamond Municipal Solutions is currently who we're with. We've been with them since 2008. It's been a long process. We began this process, of course, back when they first initiated their announcement back in December of 2024. We have been communicating it to council and audit committee intermittently throughout the last couple meetings and budget cycles, knowing that this was coming. So what we did with the procurement process is we prioritized modern infrastructure. We wanted to improve public access. That was very important as part of our procurement process, and enhance the systems integrations internally. So again, creating those connections that better support overall municipal operations with other departments. And of course, stronger security. And there's never too much security sometimes. So during this period, staff met with vendors. We also had the benefit of working with some of our municipal partners along the way as well. So we've contacted other municipal partners along, such as Berwick, Town of Middleton, through our AMANS listserv, East Hants. So we've been doing this for quite a while. And one of the things that, of course, was important was the technical requirements, the evaluation implementation approach, because this is going to be a big project. These aren't undertaken every single day. These are long-term investments. So luckily, as we've been going through the process, we do have experience with both of these providers. We have TownSuite through our planning department, and we currently work with Central Square through our Diamond Municipal Solutions. However, this would be a new product with them that's only been available since 2023. So they're still relatively early in the rollout of their Navaline product. So following the evaluation, TownSuite Municipal Solutions received the highest overall score. And we included the scoring breakdown within. We will note that there is some implementation costs that Navaline and Central Square did communicate to us up front that they would not be able to estimate until they were within the project. So though they weren't able to quote us up front, there will be costs coming down the line as part of the implementation. So as part of the collaboration with other departments, what this recommendation allows us to do is connect with our planning and development department. It allows us to also connect with our community development department. It also will allow future developments such as a 311 service request portal. And we actually received notice that they're actually working on a records management connection as well with a current system that we already use. So that would connect us to our admin department. So this is going to be a very interconnected system as we're going through. Again, this is why it takes a little while, because you have a lot of collaboration along the way. But the most exciting thing is the public facing portal. The public facing portal will allow individuals to have access to their bills. It'll allow people to set up payments and pay by online. It'll allow for people to pay development permits online. It'll allow people to pay subdivision permits, all of these things that currently they have to physically come into the operations to do. The other exciting piece is it'll allow people to, if you, for instance, are caring for a parent, it'll allow you to have access to their account through a permission system within their settings. So you'll have access digitally through that as well. Again, all through security, all through same things we normally would do, but it just gives people more control. It gives people more access. What this portal would also allow, if we had the add-on with the recreation module, is bookings, programs, all of those things would be able to be operated through this new portal. So they would be able to go on, they'd be able to see what programs are available, pay their taxes, update maybe their phone number, and then kind of go from there. So that's very exciting and definitely a move in the direction we're hoping for with more access for public. So with that, I'll hand the mic back over to Nick, and he can kind of talk about our evaluation process and some of our experiences, both with our both vendors, because as I mentioned, both vendors we currently have experience with.
Thank you. So we evaluated both vendors on a long list of criteria, not just looking at kind of current experiences that we've had with both of them, but what the future will look like rolling out this new system and ensuring that we are setting ourselves up for success in the long term. As Carly mentioned, we've had our current system since 2008, so approaching 20 years, and likely by the time we transition to any new system, we will hit that 20-year mark. So looking at what that new solution will be in the long term, not only now, but in 2046, and how that will look. So we rated them on a very long list. Did I skip it? Thank you. So the proponents were assessed based on their qualifications, experience, functional requirements, technical capabilities, and integrations that were available. As Carly mentioned, we are looking for something that works with a lot of our current existing systems, things under the Public Works Department, and recreation again on booking and rentals. We also wanted to look at the support that we would receive, again, support now, and what support in 20 years will look like. So taking the experience that we've had with both vendors now and applying that to our scoring process. We also wanted to look at the implementation costs and as well as the ongoing annual costs, because as you can see from the chart, our central square option, again, we don't have a firm implementation cost other than we know there will be things that come up along the way that are outside of the scope of a normal installation from the provider. And then Town Suite, which is up front on their implementation costs and what it will be, but has a lower yearly ongoing price. And when you run that out over the timeline that we expect the system to be in place, if not more, hopefully, you can see that Town Suite actually marginally beats the price for Central Square, even with the add-ons that we would be looking for under Town Suite, which would replace services that we are already paying for. For example, on the rental and booking side of the recreation or community development department, we do already have costs assigned to other vendors that would be bringing them in-house, streamlining a lot of the billing process and removing a lot of additional like double data entry work that the team currently has to do to bring it from one system and work nicely with our current system. I'll pass it back to Carly.
Excellent. So what we have experienced with the Central Square vendor is basically consistent service delays and increased staff work. One of the things that we would say is it lacks a bit of staff confidence, I would say. So even though they're offering the overall lower initial implementation cost, because of that, there's not the supports that staff will need along the way. So a lot of the work is going to fall onto staff more so than with the other implementation. And there's a lot of complexities where this system will not integrate as much with all the other systems. So there will be a lot of customizations that may, of course, as I explained in the report, be costly to support ongoingly, because if one system gets updated, then you have to fix that connection between the other system. So although the overall investment in Town Suite is higher, staff have determined that it better represents an overall value long-term for a lower cost and ownership over the life of the system, making it the preferred solution for the municipality. So as we moved into the costing of this and budget, we had also allocated, as long as it would connect for online payments for the online permitting, we would be able to use half funding. So half funding was budgeted up to $220,000. So $220,000 is being funded through the Housing Accelerator Fund, with the remaining coming from our operating reserve. So with the addition of the recreation add-on, and I'll just, again, kind of history here, we have been with the current recreation product since spring of 2018. So it is also almost 10 years old now, and we can't use it for facility bookings at this time. So it's only used for programs registration. So as we move through that process, the total cost of the full project with the recreation add-on, plus a little bit of a contingency allowing for other items that might come that we might want to add on. We have 506,904.66 is our total cost, which would increase our draw from our operating reserve, because we had 440,000 in the operating budget, by 60,968. If approved, the WHRM operating reserve is projected to have a year-end balance at March 31st, 2027 of 1.5 million. And with the long-term tax implications, we put the annual costing there. So what you can see is our recreation Univeris software is about $8,000. With the Town Suite annual cost, it would be $5,200. With our current ERP system through Central Square Diamond, it's $75,000. And with Town Suite, it would be $81,000. So when we compare the overall cost increase on an annual budget basis, we're only looking at $3,242 in comparison to what we're currently paying for both systems to what we'd be paying ongoingly in the future. We're happy to answer any questions. This is very big report.
Thank you so much. I know we started talking about this through consolidation and that it's coming. So that's been 6 years anyway. So Councillor Remy.
Through you, Chair, just a question. First, I'm super excited to see this because I am familiar with the stuff that is being used currently, and it's good to see that staff, I'm sure, are extremely excited to see the change. When you're doing this, though, I am curious, is it getting rid of booking or whatever community development is currently using for their booking? So then would that offset that cost? Because I assume you're paying for that service right now.
Yes. So the $8,092 is what we're currently paying for the Univeris, and it increases every 2 years. So no, that's okay. This is a great question. So we would transition over to it fully. One of the other benefits, because we actually partnered with community development to also take a look at this add-on before we brought it to council to ensure it would meet their needs. One of the things that they noted was the ability to have point of sale right at the facilities because it's a cloud-based system. So it creates a lot more efficiencies by connecting us all on a cloud platform.
Okay, and just one other question, kind of comment, but last night we actually had a discussion about the importance of having a platform where all of these things can be all grouped together just to increase the capacity for staff and all of those things. So this will ultimately pull a whole bunch of departments together so that everybody's working off the same. Ultimately, that's what this is doing. It's
Yes.
replacing all of the little one-off things and putting it all together.
Yes.
So therefore increasing capacity and making report pulling easier and all of those
Yes.
things.
And information available on a timely manner as well, which will be really nice.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
And I
Yeah,
will.
Council hasn't said yes. Yeah.
No, I know. So again, either or, but the other big thing that kind of comes along with this is we look at how many people that we serve and how many transactions that we do, and we do over 45,000 transactions through our department alone. Then you add on 8,500 accounts through the booking system for registration, and that's just accounts. That's not actually how much they engage or how much they're registering. So that alone, because those systems don't talk to each other, that creates a lot of eliminates a lot of duplication, but it would also allow for a lot of timely information on revenue between the two systems. And as I mentioned, there would be a lot of point of sale availability at these facilities, which would be really nice. Let me see what else is there. Yes, it's actually really important.
Perfect. Yeah, so one big component that we wanted to make sure we covered was DEIA and really hitting on the accessibility portion of that. So with the new system, bringing everything together and what Carly mentioned earlier with the way that the community accounts will work. If you have a child, a spouse, someone else in your household that you want to be added to your account that can come in and book a rental or pay for ice time. Maybe mom already loaded the credit card on the account. They've given permission to that child to go in. They can go ahead and make that booking without all the additional steps that currently we would have in place. And we're also, with everything coming together, hoping to see more adoption among the community. It should remove a lot of barriers for people for booking things in general. No one likes to enter their email into a form every single time, having it remember your email, things like that. So it was a really big component on our decision process, and it is one that Town Suite exceeded in for us.
I'll also note that another element is accessibility. So the public facing platform would be accessible, and it would hold the same accessibility standards that our municipal website has to allow for it to be read, increase font, contrast, change. So it is completely adaptable to ensure that it is accessible for all.
Okay, Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just a couple of questions, like definitely, I know we've heard and experienced, and we heard again just last night that we need a system that incorporates everything. So I'm very on board with that. Curious as far as procurement goes, because what we have here is one new system in comparison with our current system. Wondering if we looked at like OpenGov that other levels of government use for the same platforms, like when you're ordering your child's lunch now, provincially, that's the same platform, and whether there is any like costing there or a reason we didn't look at other options other than just one additional option outside of what we currently use.
I can talk about that. So we actually we did look at 5 options in total that met all of the capabilities we were looking at. Because it's such a wide range of what we were looking to accomplish and bring all of our services together. We did not review OpenGov, but there were 3 other candidates in the race for this that unfortunately would hit a component where they weren't able to provide a direct timeline on when that would be available. And an important part of us procuring this on the timeline, knowing that it has an end of life, is that we need our new system to be in place before that timeline. So we did have 3 alternative vendors dropped out of it, simply based on our scoring methodology, and the components they weren't able to firmly deliver on. And we didn't want to take the promise of it'll be ready when we can't guarantee that. And to continue municipal operations, we wanted a firm guarantee, which Town Suite and Central Square both provided.
And just to elaborate on that, this end of life is big news in the tech. So there's a lot of companies that are trying to scramble to fill the market gap. There's not a lot of individuals that are ready to really fill that gap. So when we look at core financial services like AP and general ledgers and payroll, those are pretty standard. They don't really change too much other than how you kind of utilize them accounting wise. But it's the uniqueness of municipalities where we get into the criteria of what we need. So utility capabilities, tax capabilities to actually produce our bills. That's a key criteria that it has to meet so that we can actually do utility billing, which is why a lot of some of the other components may not have met. So there was something within those core services that they couldn't hit on.
May I ask one follow-up, Chair? Thank you. I know you had said you looked at Berwick and East Hants and other municipalities. Is this the software that those municipalities are using or are looking at transitioning to, or was?
Yeah, so some municipalities, depending on the size, use kind of multiple things. So again, depending on that. Middleton and Berwick are both going, I believe, or in the process of deciding, but they actually were quoting for Town Suite when I last spoke to them. And they're through our municipal listserv and through some of my other municipal partners. Some of them are gonna, because they group together and go on one subscription because they're smaller, are all going to convert to the same product. So they're still kind of deciding what they're moving with.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Greatly appreciated. Through you two, and I won't try and pick and choose which one of you is going to get the question. So I'm curious about going with the alternative procurement, and particularly given that you had 3 step away that didn't think they could meet the requirements partway through the process, and we've landed. Well, there's 2 in front of us. One of them doesn't have a price for what is 80% of the cost for the other. So I don't know that I really think that we've got 2 in front of us. I feel like we've got 1. Can you kind of get me comfortable with that, especially since we don't have price on Central Square, but they scored the higher on pricing? What happened to get that?
So they scored higher on pricing because when we look at the price, they had a 0 implementation cost. So when we look at our normal scoring matrix, 0 is the lowest. So they get the highest number of points in that sense. So we basically in that category scored our implementation costs as well as our annual costs. So that worked out to even though they were higher on the annual cost, you'll see that the pricing is about 25.9 on the Central Squared. And that's because they scored so high because they were the lowest on the implementation side, but they scored lower on the annual costing side. Whereas Town Suite, of course, had the higher cost, so they didn't get any points on the one side, but they scored higher on the annual side because their cost was lower.
Okay, so I can appreciate that in trying to balance those out, but we have no idea what their implementation price is going to be. The footnote is that there will be implementation costs to update, import, export, but they have no estimate available. And they couldn't give you any number on that. Is that correct?
Correct. So the $112,000 that's listed there in the yearly ongoing allows us to transition from the current modules we have in our finance system into their new program. But anything else on top of that will incur an additional cost, and they aren't able to quote us on it because they're unsure of the structure of our data and how that needs to be manipulated to go into their new system. We are also familiar from our experience with Central Square's current product, Diamond, that anytime there is a change needed, there's a substantial price tag assigned with that change. And that also carries over when it comes to updates. So while their system may update for next year's taxes, if they've made modifications to our current system to accommodate for Nova Scotia, for example, that will then also incur an upgrade cost in that following year. And with our current system, we've certainly see it balloon as we've had to make changes and fixes to our system to meet our needs. And part of that does come from the amalgamation of the municipalities together and the changes that we needed at the time. But as we get to the end of life, we're having higher bills on those changes and difficulty getting the support to make those changes.
Okay.
I can also talk on the alternative procurement as well for why we're going that route.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that actually, because I'm surprised that we went alternative as opposed to standard procurement through. Go ahead.
Yep.
If Chair.
Yeah. So with the alternative procurement, especially surrounding an ERP system, there's a high concern on the security of that system, and the requirements that we have should be kept confidential where they can be. This is essentially the heart of our municipality and organization. There's tens of thousands of records in there with incredibly sensitive information. So divulging kind of any of this or any more that we need to is against the safety and interest of the municipality.
The other piece, because this actually hits a couple of the alternative procurement criteria. So one of the other components is, again, technical. So we required taxes and water utility. So not every ERP system has taxes and water utility. So it really limits the number that is there. The other component is under patents and private information to ensure that we're able to connect with and ensure online payments to support the half funding requirement for our town suite connection for the e-permitting. We would need to, again, share some of town suite's information to ensure we can get those connections in place.
Sure. So the other question I have is, had we given any consideration to engaging a technology and integration consultant and or a project manager as part of this process, given what we have going on here on the day-to-day, just running the day-to-day operations plus doing this integration, requiring what I would consider to be a fairly senior technology specialist to do this kind of an evaluation and an Any thought given to that at all?
So the actual 3 other candidates that did approach us were part of a either a global chain or a Canada-wide chain that provides that procurement service. So they didn't present us with their own product, but they presented us with a product that they would assist in developing to fit our needs. And a lot of those, again, they could not meet on the tax and billing and utility side, specifically on the requirements of Nova Scotia was usually the challenge for them.
And to speak to your question specifically, as Nick mentioned, a lot of these are vendors selling a product. So they actually are the implementation IT specialist team. So within that 396, that includes their implementation team supporting our staff and basically, for lack of better terms, the white glove approach. They will do everything. We will help along the way, but it is going to be very much supported through them as well as the contingency. So built in within the contingency is the hope that we would have additional resources we could bring in to help with database cleanup, things like that before we import it into a new system.
Thank you. The one last piece that I want to touch on, if I couldn't, I don't know that we've gotten inside that, but within the different departments, you've made reference to community development getting integrated in with this, so they're not at present. But I did see asset management in here, which we did an asset management system with Public Works probably 5 years ago. So there's that system. I believe that emergency services has their own asset management operation for fire services. It might even be by department. I'm not sure. So to the question that was asked, I'm not sure who asked it, might have been Councillor Pinch or Councillor Remy, about everybody being within the system. Is it the intent to get all of finance, public works, community development, emergency services, everybody into the same system? Or is it, I think the way it was referenced at the last audit meeting was payroll was the singular clean term that came out that this was for, but it's far more than payroll.
No, it's Diamond Municipal Solutions is our core financial system. It does payroll, GLs, reporting, budgets. It does purchase orders. So it hits a lot. It does our utility building. So that is the core services that we need to ensure transfer over. All the extras are the benefits. So one of the extras, of course, is the public portal. Currently, we don't have one. Currently, this would include one. So that's a very big benefit for our public residents. And so how we've kind of went through this process, and long story short, to answer your question up front and then give a little bit of background, yes, the intent is to eventually create lots of connections with all departments. It's just we can't do everything right out of the box. So we focus on the core services to make sure we're operational. We can pay people, we can pay vendors, and we can serve our residents. The next thing is we can implement the stuff that's already developed, like the recreation module. The planning side of the connection is already developed. So again, interconnecting with planning for dangerous and unsightly and all of the little flags that go on accounts that interconnect with assessments, et cetera. Those are why we're kind of moving towards those two departments first, because they service external. Our asset management is currently only internal. So again, we'll focus on that next connection after we kind of move through the public facing connections to improve service levels to them. And then we'll work on internal connections to help the general interconnections between staff and departments.
Okay, that's good for me for now.
All right,
Thank you.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So you said there was a 311 option that was coming with this as well. So if someone has, if there's a water main break, or they're going to be able to report that through that option, and somebody will be monitoring to be able to.
Yeah, so this is a product that they have. It's not included in this price. However, as we roll out the next two, this could be a future thing that we would roll out to kind of complement that piece as well.
Further questions, Council? All right, we do have a recommendation in that report. Which is up on the screen. I'm looking for direction, Council. Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll make the recommendation. It is recommended that council approve the acquisition and implementation of a new enterprise resource planning system from Town Suite Municipal Software Incorporated for the amount of $396,000 plus applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Paul Whedon. Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion. All right, signify by showing of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? 3 opposed. Councillors Ivy, Leary, Pinch, and McLean. Motion is passed. We do.
Yeah. You might want to confirm. Sure.
Councillor Morton. Was that for or opposed? Sorry. There's a bit of a delay. Motion passes regardless. With
4. Yeah, 4.
Okay. So approved with 3 nays. All right. We do have an extension to that, Councillor Whedon. Sorry, I should have got to that, but
it's okay.
Yep.
Further approve the add-on further approve the add-on of the recreation module for approximately $52,500 plus applicable taxes.
We'll do that one now. All those in favor signify. Oh, sorry, I need a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion on that motion. All right, we'll do a showing of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? 2 opposed. Councillors Ivy and McLean. That is passed. We have another recommendation there, Councillor Whedon.
Recommended the council approve an implementation contingency amount of 39,600 plus applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Whedon, seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion on that. So showing of hands, all those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Two opposed, Councillors Ivy and McLean. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Thanks, folks. A lot of information, a lot of great answers. We appreciate it. All right, next on the agenda, Climate Action Committee, excerpt July 22nd, 2026. We have adoption of zero emissions transportation feasibility study. Coordinator Ogilvy. I believe we have WSP here as well. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Zabian. Just for a little bit of process for council, we have David McCusker here from WSP Consulting, who wrote the study for us. And so he's going to give a presentation to council, and we'll have time for questions, discussion. And then I have an excerpt recommendation from the Climate Action Committee meeting of the 22nd of this month. And I can take any questions as well on that at that point.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave McCusker. I'm Senior Transportation Engineer with WSP's Dartmouth office. I'll just preface the presentation by mentioning that our report does show what we feel is an appropriate solution for the municipality to provide public transit service. There are a number of options identified in the study that will allow staff to work with council to find the right fit if it's not exactly what we've specified. So there is some additional work that can go on. So in terms of objectives for the project, we did strive to meet what we understood to be the goals of the Climate Action Plan, as well as Council's priorities. If we could go to the first slide. We did get a sense through our engagement with both staff and the public that there was a good understanding of what the value of public transit can provide to a community. It boosts certainly inclusivity and social equity. The reduction in greenhouse gases and impacts on the environment was certainly an important aspect for the Climate Change Committee. There's a contribution to the economic well-being of the community, better usage of housing stock. It can improve the quality of life overall and add to the value of and attractiveness of both residential and commercial properties. One of the fundamental aspects of the study, and one that we began with, was to engage with the public and the community. We did that through a number of means. We held 11 stakeholder interviews, targeted one-on-one discussions with key stakeholders in the community. We met with staff in a workshop type session on a couple of occasions. We held 6 public open house sessions scattered at locations throughout the municipality. And we conducted an online community survey with 87 responses received. And the pie graph on the right is just one of the questions that we asked, and shows that there is certainly some interest in use of public transit if it were available. So what we heard through this engagement, we categorized into kind of 4 key themes. One of the things that people are certainly interested in is the convenience and reliability of a transit system. They noted the importance of accessibility and affordability. And we did hear the desire that public transit would be fiscally responsible and sustainable. So to understand where the best opportunities for public transit in the area were, we divided the urban study area, which is essentially Windsor and Falmouth, into 45 zones. And for each of the zones, we did a manual count of dwelling units, and we did a scoring of what we believe to be the attractiveness of destinations within those zones. So just a small excerpt from that table, not the full 45 zones, but just 9 zones as an example, shows the scoring of destinations as well as the count of dwelling units. And we use this as a means of projecting what the potential transit ridership would be of different configurations of routing that we explored. So in addition to urban fixed route service, there are a number of different ways that transit service can be delivered. Urban fixed route is what people normally think of as public transit, but there are some other options. The first one I call urban rural fixed route, because that's, in my mind, what was delivered previously when King's Transit ran public transit service into the municipality. It covered a very large geographic area, including both urban and rural areas. And because the coverage area was so large, the frequency of service had to be very low. So it was a bus every 2 hours, which is very difficult for people to make work with their schedules. An urban fixed route, on the other hand, covers a smaller geographic area, essentially limiting itself to urban development. And because the geographic area is smaller, the frequency of bus service can be better. Demand responsive service is what West Hants Dial-A-Ride currently provides. Flex route is a means of kind of combining both a demand responsive type of service and a fixed route. And one way of delivering fixed route service is what we're calling rural day a week service, which is partly a fixed route, but it goes into rural areas where you can tack on a demand responsive request, and it runs just one week a day. And I have a slide to illustrate that a little bit better. So essentially what you'll see from the report is our focus is on the urban fixed route service as a first priority. And if that becomes successful and begins to thrive, then adding on rural day a week service can help to make the overall system more equitable and to make the two work together quite well. So in evaluating the urban fixed route, we looked at 14 different concept layouts going to different parts of the urban area, trying to hit as much of the population and the destinations as we could. And that's what the bar graph shows is, excuse me, how many dwelling units and destination points we were able to service with each of the configurations. So we also evaluated the options based on service frequency, the potential reliability, and clarity for customers. So just as an example, a bus that arrives every hour on a schedule the schedule's a lot easier to understand than if the bus were to arrive, say, every 50 minutes or every hour and 15 minutes. So you still provide regular service, but you need to have the schedule in your hand to know when the bus is going to arrive. So this is the configuration that we ultimately ended up with in discussion and workshopping with staff. There's a more detailed diagram of the routing in the report, but I like to use this map because it shows, in addition to the route, what the expected coverage area would be. So the shaded area is people who live within a 5-minute walk of a bus stop. So the shading indicates that basically we're covering pretty much 100% of the former town of Windsor and a fairly good portion of Falmouth as well. Next slide. So just a quick description of the kind of the secondary priority, which is the rural day a week service. The way this works is we've divided the rural area and clusters of population into 8 different pickup zones. And each of the zones, there will be a pair of zones each weekday that will receive transit service. So every community that's one of the zones will have a transit day. So the bus travels from the sports complex to the community pickup stop. And the community pickup stop are the dots on the map. They'll, for the most part, have parking available if there's going to be people interested in doing a park and ride trip. And they arrive at that point at a scheduled time. And then following that, there'll be a 30 to 40 minute window of pickups and drop-offs for people who have phoned into the dispatch to arrange to be picked up at their door, or if they've traveled out to the community from town, they just let the bus driver know where they want to go and they'll be dropped off. So the entire zone will get serviced within that 30 to 40 minute window. And after that, the bus returns to the community bus stop at a scheduled time before departing back into town to the sports complex. The next slide just shows graphically that kind of alternating pattern of alternating between the two zones. So there will be 4 round trips to each of the zones every day on transit day. Fridays is a little different because those zones are further from Windsor and have a longer travel time to get to the community. We can only fit in 3 cycles every day. But the other thing you'll see in the schedule is there's a bit of a lunchtime break where we take the bus out of service because we recommend using a battery electric bus. We need some time to recharge the battery so that it's capable of doing a full day of service. So in terms of the options available to rural residents with this type of a service, so they can do one of many things. They can reserve a pickup at their home on transit day, but it has to be on transit day and within one of those 30-minute pickup windows. They can also, if they find it more convenient, to travel to the community bus stop to arrive there at the scheduled departure time and take the bus from that location. Or if they live along the route between the community and Windsor, they can stand by on the shoulder of the road and flag down the bus as it goes by. So even if you're not within that zone, but you're along the route that it travels to go into town, you can still flag down the bus, and you know from the schedule approximately what time that will be. If transit day doesn't suit what you need for your trip, or that 30-minute pickup window is just the wrong time, there's still the option of using the existing dial-a-ride service and get picked up at any time that suits you within their operating hours. On the next slide, I've illustrated some of the options the municipality has in terms of operating the service. They can operate themselves. There are models currently present in Nova Scotia that do that. You could use a community not-for-profit such as West Hants Dial-a-Ride, who are already in the business of running buses, to operate that on your behalf. Multi-system operators are an interesting idea. There's a really nice model of that in BC with BC Transit, but in Nova Scotia, in my mind, I would love to see King's Transit, or Tidal Transit as it's now called, to be that kind of an operator where they would operate services on behalf of other municipalities, even if it's not contiguous with the existing service that they provide. I think because they're in the business of operating small systems, they could take on a role like that if requested. And then there's always the option of private sector operators. There are some operators in Nova Scotia who have buses and can provide service similar to what Ambassadeurs does now with Charlottetown Transit. One of the key aspects of developing the service is a selection of the vehicle. So there's a trade-off between 2 basic types of vehicles. One is what you normally see in an urban system, the urban style transit bus on the top, and then the smaller minibus on the bottom, which a number of smaller systems in Nova Scotia are currently using. The basic trade-off there is that the urban transit bus is built to have a longer service life. It has about double the life expectancy, but costs about twice as much. And these are very broad simplifications, but that's in general kind of the trade-off between the two. The other aspect of those two types of vehicles is the urban transit bus has more capacity, more seating capacity, and is a more comfortable ride than the smaller shuttle type vehicles. One of the other decision points is whether to use battery electric propulsion or the gas diesel motor. We were guided at the outset of this study to favor the battery electric technology as part of the zero emission theme of the study, but we did do calculations side by side with the gas diesel equivalent. The trade-off there again is basically the battery electric bus is about double the cost to purchase than a gas or diesel bus, but uses half of the energy and maintenance costs. One of the other important aspects about battery electric vehicles is they typically don't have enough battery capacity to do a full day of service on a single charge. So there are some battery management strategies that may need to be employed. And I show that on the next slide, just an example of this is the employing a battery electric bus on the fixed route in the urban area. And you can see that in the morning, the bus starts with 100% charge. We like to make sure that the charge doesn't go below 20% just for confidence in service. But you can see in this case, during the summer, as the bus goes through the day, it's just about to the 20% point during the summer months. But during the winter months, the battery gets exhausted by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the bus isn't able to complete its full day on that charge. So there are some ways of approaching that, different options. One of them is to, and in urban systems, quite often what they do is they'll put in charging infrastructure and scatter it throughout the route so the bus can get a 3 or a 4 minute top up at its timing points. That's typically a very expensive solution and not one that we would recommend here. You'll have a backup bus for when the bus can't be in service, and you can bring the backup service and sub it in for 1 or 2 cycles during the day while the battery electric bus gets recharged. You can skip 1 or 2 off-peak runs. Just build that into your schedule during the lower demand times. The bus will simply just skip one of its hourly cycles so that it can recharge. Or you can purchase a bus with a bigger battery, and that's essentially the recommendation we made in this case was to purchase a bus with higher capacity than the bus that we used for the scenario on this graph. The report goes through a number of aspects related to the fixed route service. I won't go through all of them. I'll just mention that basically what we're recommending is a bus that starts at 7 a.m. in the morning, and then its last run leaves the sports complex at 7 p.m. That it'll run Monday to Friday initially. If the take up on that service is good, and I suspect you'll probably get demand from your customers to start running on Saturdays and perhaps Sundays, you can evaluate that as you go and determine that based on the success of the weekday service. Next slide. So here we get to the bottom line costs. These are the annual operating costs for both the stage 1 urban fixed route service and the stage 2 rural day a week service if you choose to do that. And there's more detailed explanation to support the costs in the report. And then finally are the fixed costs of purchasing the bus is on the next slide. So these are the capital costs for what we recommend as the 35-foot urban transit battery electric bus. And on the rural day a week service, it's a smaller minibus, but also a battery electric vehicle. And again, these are the recommendation for both the urban transit style bus and the battery electric propulsion. These, as I mentioned in the previous slide, are both the more expensive options of the two options you have. So it's a very high upfront cost, but over time you recover that in reduced maintenance, reduced powering costs, and a longer life expectancy for the vehicle itself. So that, Mayor and Council, is just a quick overview of the study. I'm more than happy to clarify any points or answer any questions.
Thank you so much. It's great. It's great to see that actually come back for us to view this. Questions, Council? Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, David, for your presentation. And I met you back when you did the seminar in Ardois.
Right.
So it was nice to see this full presentation. I guess my question would be that this would be fully funded by the municipality. So it would include a bus driver salary. Would it require any other specific people to run the specific buses, or is it just basically a driver and away you go?
We do have some costs built in for support and administration. It's not a full-time position. It would be a part-time position within the municipality if the municipality chooses to run it. But essentially, the bulk of the costs are the drivers. Yes.
Councillor Yanish. No.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, and I don't think you answered it, how many vehicles would have to be purchased here?
For the urban fixed route service, there's one primary vehicle and a backup vehicle. So the primary vehicle, as we recommend, would be an urban style transit bus using battery electric power. Our recommendation for the backup vehicle is the smaller minibus, and to get a diesel or gas bus. We've costed it out as purchasing a new bus, but because it is a backup bus, you could consider buying something used. There are brokers who do market used buses, and even some of the smaller systems in Nova Scotia as startups have asked Halifax Transit for one of their decommissioned buses. I'm not sure that's even though it's free, it may not be the best investment because they are at their end of the life, but it's certainly a quick startup that you could consider that other systems within Nova Scotia have taken advantage of.
Thank you.
Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you, through your chair. So query, you're saying that the longevity of an electric bus is longer than that of a diesel or a powered bus. Is that an opinion, or is that supported by facts?
Yeah, it's not the battery electric. It's the longevity of the bus is the urban style bus, like a bus you would see in Halifax, compared to the smaller shuttle type buses that you would see, taking you from the park and fly to the airport building. So the urban transit style buses are built to last. The other vehicles aren't. So it's typically double and typically more than double the life expectancy. And this comes from statistics that the Canadian Urban Transit Association collects from their members who report on how long they get out of their buses, and they'll compile this data.
Okay, so it's not based on the fact that it's an electric.
No,
Okay.
it's the type of bus.
Thank you.
Councillor Remy.
Through you, Chair. First, I guess I just have a question. I know the motion isn't made yet, but I'm just bear with me. If we put this motion forward, the one that was in the package, we're just accepting this study, correct? We aren't committing ourselves to anything? Okay, cool.
We're
Just
adopting
wanted
the
to confirm
report.
that.
Yes.
Okay, cool. But I do have an actual question. If we reached out to Dial a Ride or Title Transit or whatever, we wouldn't necessarily, depending on what agreement we came to with them, have to incur the cost of those buses, or you know what I mean? Like paying. There are opportunities potentially without, I mean, just making assumptions, because we haven't had any conversations with anybody yet, that those prices might vary as far as like entering into agreements with somebody. This is all based on assumptions. I'm just kind of curious.
I can tell you, and this was raised earlier, is that the municipality is going to have to pay 100% of the operating costs. I can pretty much guarantee you nobody's going to help you with operating costs. As for the capital costs of acquiring buses, the climate is actually quite good right now for funding opportunities, both federally and provincially. A number of systems within Nova Scotia have had great success in getting funding assistance for the capital cost of buses. So that's certainly something that you need to look into as part as you move this project forward.
Super. Just as a follow-up with that, I mean, we were many of us were at the Joint Council when Tidal Transit was, or King's Transit at the time, was giving their presentation with, like, you know, the joint councils that were there. But I guess my other question is just, I did notice, could there be flexibility in those routes? And the only reason that I'm mentioning it, it was very laid out. But it was literally just brought up at the accessibility committee meeting about not having a way to get up here on Morrison, because Enhanced Learning Network's up here, the food bank's up here, Family Resource or whatever. So but I guess this is all, we're just adopting it and things can change. So I'm just talking.
Yes, and I did have some discussion with John about that, and we do suggest in the report that there are opportunities to potentially add extensions to the routing that was shown, potentially retracting some of the segments if the ridership isn't high. I can tell you that I'd mentioned there were 14 different route layouts that we did evaluate. I think probably half of them came up Morrison, and those were ones that we didn't feel for a variety of reasons were the optimal ones, because, you know, by coming up here, we're missing out on some other segments, because we were trying very hard to keep the cycle to an even 1 hour, just for that good clarity and higher frequency.
Councillor Smith, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report. A lot of good information. I noticed that the participants in the surveys and the site visits, there was probably just over 100 people that were involved. And I'm wondering, how confident are you in the ridership numbers?
Ridership is always a challenge, I guess, particularly in areas where transit service is new. Again, we're basing our expectations on what Canadian Urban Transit Association's members report as ridership in their systems, and we're trying to compare it to other systems that run a service similar to what we're recommending. So it is our best guess. And we do provide a range of a window, I guess, of ridership that might be expected and what the revenue from that would be. But that's, I guess, basically all I can say is it's our best guess based on similar types of services in Nova Scotia and across the country.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I mean, my view on this similar is that, you know, we're adopting a study here that serves as a detailed foundation for what might end up being future conversations as to how we'd see this transportation going, whether it's us getting into the bus business or not getting in the bus business, or partnering, or however that looks like. And when we do that, that's when the details in this study would maneuver one way or the other based on wherever those discussions take us. And so by adopting this, it just gets us one step closer to having a more fulsome discussion. Am I safe in saying that?
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, not seeing any more lights. You want to approach your recommendation there, Coordinator Ogilvy?
Thank you, Mayor Zabian. So there is an excerpt from the Climate Action Committee of July 22nd of just a couple weeks ago up on the screen. So it was recommended by the Climate Action Committee that Council adopts the study. If there are any further questions that may be best answered by me, I'd certainly be able to take them.
I think we had pretty much all the questions. Let's get to the recommendation. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, David, again. It was a great presentation. And I think a lot of the questions that was asked at the CAC were asked here. So great for that. So the recommended motion was the Climate Action Committee recommends that council adopt the zero emissions transportation feasibility study authored by WSP Canada Inc. in a manner substantially the same as attachment A to the staff report titled Adoption of the Zero Emissions Transportation Feasibility Study dated July 22nd, 2026.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on the motion. All right, show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed. Motion is passed. I couldn't see Councillor Morton on the screen there, so motion is passed. Thank you very much. All right, we do have a couple minutes. We'll get to the next one on the agenda. Council report form template amendments, environmental considerations. Coordinator Ogilvy.
Thank you, Mayor Zabian. So this is also another excerpt from the Climate Action Committee meeting on July 22nd. So there is a recommendation from the committee to council on the screen there. And if there are any questions from council on the matter or anything in my recommendation report that went to the Climate Action Committee, I'd be happy to take them as well.
Thank you so much. Questions, council? Going to be quiet on that one. Deputy Mayor.
That the Climate Action Committee recommends that council direct staff to amend Appendix A report form of the meeting committee procedural policy in a manner substantially the same as outlined in the staff report titled Report Form Template Amendments for Environmental Considerations dated July 22nd, 2026.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Questions on the recommendation, council? All right. Show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. It's not quite 8. The next one, if you would allow me, council, just for Manager Bennett's time, let's do the next 2 items before we take a break. And he's been waiting all night as well. So we'll do the next 2. So next one is Trigothic Trail Culvert Replacement Tender Award. Manager Bennett.
Good evening, Council. On behalf of the Community Development Department, we ask that Council approve the award of tender WHRMCD 26-03 to Bryson Developments Limited for the Trigothic Trail Culvert Replacement in the amount of $295,700 plus applicable taxes to be funded through the Disaster Financial Assistance Program. As well, we ask Council to approve the award of the Trigothic Trail Culvert Replacement Project Management Services to Design Point Engineering and Surveying Limited in the amount of $9,330 before applicable taxes. And as well, we ask that council approve a contingency in the amount of $30,503, which represents 10% of the project plus applicable taxes for this project to be funded through the Disaster Financial Assistance Program.
Thank you, Manager Bennett. Are you giving us a thumbs up on I just had to do that one. Thank you for the report. Questions, council, to Manager Bennett on the report? Anybody who has walked that trail knows that it's been a while for that to come, and it's badly needed. A lot of people have avoided that section of trail as well, just for the reason that it's like that. But Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mayor, through to Mr. Bennett. The one question I have is just, it's raised actually in the report from Design Point, creates a question over the assertion of the bid security, that we were in possession of it, and it was part of the requirement for the, and it's left open and hanging, so I have to ask the question. Do we have the bid security from the recommended vendor?
We do, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I've got. Just to add that a best friend in high school, he did a similar thing, but it was a different finger, and it was at a time when it didn't mean what it does today. But
Any other questions, council? All right, we do have a recommendation up on the screen. Councillor Leary Pinch.
That council approve the award of tender WHRM CD 26-03 to Bryson Developments Limited for the Tregothic Trail Culvert Replacement in the amount of $295,700 plus applicable taxes to be funded through the Disaster Financial Assistance Program.
Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch, seconder. Seconded by Councillor Bob Morton. Discussion. All right, show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. We have the second one there. Councillor Leary Pinch.
That council approve the award of the Tregothic Trail Culvert Replacement Project Management Services to Design Point Engineering and Surveying Limited for the price of $9,330 before applicable taxes.
Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch, seconder. Councillor Bob Morton seconded. Discussion on that, council. All right, show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Councillor Leary Pinch.
That council approves the contingency amount of $30,503, 10% plus applicable taxes for the project to be funded through the Disaster Financial Assistance Program.
Move Councillor Leary Pinch, seconded by Councillor Bob Morton. Question. All right, signify by hands up. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you very much. All right, next on the agenda, West End Sports Complex LED sign tender award recommendation. Manager Bennett.
Again, evening council. On behalf of the Community Development Department, we ask council approve the award of tender WHRMCD 2604 to Matal Signs for the sports complex exterior LED sign in the amount of $77,158.83 plus applicable taxes to be funded through the Canada Community Building Fund. We also ask that council approve a contingency of $7,715.88, again, which represents 10%, plus applicable taxes for the project to be funded through Canada Community Building Fund.
Thank you, Manager Bennett. Questions, council? Councillor Ivey.
thank you, Mayor. Just, I guess one question on the sign design. I think it's a 10-foot by 5-foot. It appears based on the dimensions that it's 10 tall and 5 wide. The illustration that I think Matadol put in looks more like a square, and I just wasn't sure. Can you guide us on that as to what's coming?
10 this way and 5 this way.
Oh,
so more like a landscape.
So it's not using the same.
No, it'll be modified slightly off of the existing posts, but it's going to be wider than the current sign there.
So it's going to like extend beyond the posts. And are we taking over? Sorry, Your Worship, directly through. Are we taking over the sign per se, or is tire company still going to be up there? What's the intent of that?
I don't know the full intent on the current OK Tire sign and the current sign location. I know that's being negotiated and conversations being had on that. I can't really speak to the intent moving forward on that part of it. I can only really speak to the procurement of the sign.
So can I just paraphrase back to you that I think I understood that we're not sure where the signposts may be at this point still?
The signposts, as you see them, are not changing.
They're staying.
Yeah, what they're doing is designing a rack for the new LED sign to fit the current posts that are there so that we can use the footings and the posts, which help a lot of the cost of the project as well.
Thank you. And it's a 2-sided sign, correct?
Correct.
So it sounds like it's going to have to go up top somehow so that we don't have the beams.
Yeah. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. so to speak. Okay. Just trying to get a sense of it. Thank you.
Councillor Remy.
Through you, Chair, just a quick question. So, do we have an agreement with the Agricultural Society then to cover like access, ownership, maintenance, and all of that stuff where it's on their land?
Yes, we will. Yeah. There's also to the OK Tire comment, there's also a provision in there where they will be able to use the sign. So the sign will be ours. It'll be ours on their land and that will be ironed out. And then they will have a certain amount of slide time, I guess we'll say, for either their community events or some of their messaging. But I do know they're also exploring their own sign at a different location, probably in the Coal Drive area, where they can advertise and sell their ads and promote their own events. So this will feel very much like a sports complex sign, but there will be some provisions for their time and events on our sign, so to speak. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right. See no more lights. Councillor Ivy.
I guess two things. I didn't want to get into regulation and stuff, but typically we don't allow signs on municipal property. And this isn't our property, but I guess it's a different thing. It just, when you said that, it just triggered it in my mind through you, Mayor, to the CAO that we're consistent with what we've got going on. I don't want to make this any muddier than it seemed, but just at the tail end of the question, am I in the ballpark with that as a question, or like, will we be selling space on there for other people as well, or just this, like, there's something unspoken here?
Yeah, I don't see us necessarily selling ads. I don't think that's the spirit of our community sign. So it's like at the community center.
Right.
All right. So there'll probably be more of a component of their community events if it's agriculture related.
Okay.
Now, whether there's static signage, there may be an opportunity for static signage that are not electronic in nature. That may go on there advertising that the business park is up there or who knows what, those types of opportunities. As far as our ability to post a sign, I think we've checked with planning that we will get a permit
Compliant.
and that we're compliant.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Further questions, council? All right, we have a recommendation up on the screen. Somebody wishes to make that, we can have comments and discussion on that. Councillor Bonnie Smith.
The council approve the award of tender WHRMCD 26-04 to Matatal Signs for the sports complex exterior LED sign in the amount of $77,158.83 plus applicable taxes to be funded through the Canada Community Building Fund.
Moved by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Francis. Discussion on the motion. All right, all in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you very much. We got a second part there. Councillor Bonnie Smith.
The council approves a contingency amount of $7,715.88, 10% plus applicable taxes for the project to be funded through the Canada Community Building Fund.
Moved by Councillor Bonnie Smith, seconded by Deputy Mayor Francis. Discussion on the motion. All right, show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Motion's passed. Thank you very much. All right, folks, it's 8:09. We're going to take a 15-minute break at this point. Then when we come back, we'll be on part 10, item C. All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Tuesday, July 28th at 8:24 p.m., and we are resuming our session after our quick little mini break there of the West Hants Regional Municipality Council. We are on item 10C, West Hants Homelessness Engagement Discussion. Clerk Snare.
Thank you, Mayor Zabian. This evening is a follow-up report for council's information. Staff were previously directed to explore options for a coordinated regional approach to homelessness that aligned with strategic number 23 in the municipality's equity, anti-racism, and accessibility strategy. On June 25th, staff met with several local service providers and community organizations, along with provincial representatives, to discuss the matter. And through the discussions, highlighted growing concerns related to the housing affordability, limited shelter and supportive housing options, mental health challenges, and service fragmentation. Participants emphasized the homelessness requires a coordinated multi-sector response involving healthcare, housing, social services, community organizations, and all levels of government. While many solutions identified fell under provincial responsibility and required significant funding and policy support, there was strong consensus that the municipality could still play a very important role as facilitating collaboration and advocating for resources and supports. Based on the feedback received at the meeting and council's previous direction, establishing a homeless engagement subcommittee under the Diverse, Equitable, and Inclusive Communities Committee, staff are recommending as the option that best supports strategic action number 23, as the subcommittee would provide a structured forum for collaboration, community engagement, and inclusion of lived experience while ensuring the municipality remains a facilitator and advocate rather than the sole lead for the homelessness initiatives. This approach supports a coordinated regional response while recognizing that long-term solutions will depend on strong partnerships and continued provincial leadership and investment. And within the report, you'll note as one of the attachments is a summary of the meeting and what was discussed. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Clerk Snare. Questions, council? Councillor Remy.
Through you, Chair, I just have a question because I thought that we had already created this committee. The Housing Coalition Committee is actually mentioned in like the meeting and committee procedural policy, and we have a counselor who sits at that. So is the intention of this subcommittee to replace this other committee, or how will are we going to have two committees? Or I'm just kind of curious about it because when I was reading the report, the goals of the existing Housing Coalition Committee are actually very similar to the subcommittee that you're recommending that we create. So I'm just curious how they work together, or if it's intended to be two separate committees.
So through you, Chair, to Councillor Remy, the Housing Coalition is not actually West Hants Regional Municipal Committee. We do have a representative that sits on it. They are actually discussing terms of reference and kind of what they're foreseeing their future being, whether it's just strictly advocating or information sharing, but that hasn't been finalized. This committee comes from the recommendation from the Anti-Hate, Anti-Racism Equity Plan, which is to have that committee with lived experience. We're suggesting or recommending that it be a subcommittee through fall under the Diverse, Equitable, and Inclusive Communities Committee, so that they can forward anything to the DEI committee, and a DEI committee can bring it forth to council as a recommendation. So yeah, I guess it is two separate committees, but the Housing Coalition really isn't our committee or a municipal committee.
Okay, can I just do a follow-up question? Just because from what I'm understanding or from what I'm reading, it's the exact same people that would sit on both of these committees as well, like just based on having a provincial rep and, whoever is on this subcommittee as well. So the only difference would be that they would report to the DEIC or that committee, and then recommendations would come from them to here as opposed to coming from the council rep at the Housing Coalition and coming to council.
Through your chair to Councillor Remy. So this subcommittee would be would encompass individuals with lived experience. Currently, there's no representation on the Housing Coalition, bringing that voice or that lens forward. So it's just bringing that voice and making it heard to the DE, and then DEI will bring that forward through their recommendations. I'm not sure where the Housing Coalition is kind of going. Like I said, they're just starting a terms of reference, and there's discussions on what they will actually be doing. So, and this was identified in our anti-hate, anti-racism plan.
Yeah, 100%. And sorry, through you, Chair, but I thought that when we created the or appointed somebody to the Housing Coalition, we quoted that number 23 or whatever it is in it to cover that goal. But yeah, I guess that was my only question, because we already have that in our as one of our committees. So I was just kind of curious to recreate the exact same thing and then expect the attendees of those to go to two different meetings. I was just kind of curious the purpose, and especially, and I mean, and that's my question. I just didn't understand why we would have two with the same people on them. But
so through you, Chair, I don't envision it being the same people. The subcommittee would be supported by DEI, the current DEI members, and it would bring forward voices of those who are unhoused. So the representative that currently sits on or represents council at the Housing Coalition wouldn't be that same person, if you understand, because DEI already has a council member appointed and an alternate.
Okay.
Seeing no more lights, I'll speak on this one because I struggled with it as well. I too was a little confused between the two committees, and again, if it's an advocacy piece, I think that's work the DEICC could do to create another committee, allocate more resources when we're already stretched thin. My opinion only at this point. I really struggled with this one. I just really struggled on this one. I'll just leave it at that right now. Councillor Remy, you had your light on again, or no?
I do. But it's more of a comment, so I think it's not a question. So maybe we'll wait till the motion gets.
Any other questions to Clerk Snerick? Councillor Leary Pinch. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We do have a recommendation up on the screen. If council wishes to give direction at this point, or Councillor Whedon.
I'll make the recommendation. Recommendation to council establish a homelessness engagement subcommittee under the Diverse, Equitable, and Inclusive Communities Committee to advance strategic action number 23 of the West Hants Regional Municipality Equity, Anti-Racism, and Accessibility Strategy Plan, and to provide a forum for collaboration among community partners, service providers, and individuals with lived experience to identify priorities and make recommendations regarding homelessness and housing insecurity in West Hants.
Moved by Councillor Whedon. Seconder. Seconded by Councillor Bonnie Smith. Discussion. Councillor Leary Pinch.
Yeah, my comment was just going to be that. Hey. Currently, DEICC is lower on membership and having a bit of a struggle to obtain membership in specific roles. But I guess this allows for there to be membership from outside members of the community, not just those on the DEICC committee. I guess I did have a question, sorry. Now that we've asked, as I say my comment, it sounds like a question. Yeah, okay. I'll leave that.
Okay. Councillor Remy.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, just a comment, I guess. They do have a similar committee to our Housing Coalition, the existing one that's actually further up the valley. in Kings County, and it's actually run by John Lohr. And he brings everybody together once a month, and they have full-on discussions about the advocacy pieces and all of those things. And I think that is what I thought our Housing Coalition Committee was going to do, or be similar to that. I think, if anything, we should wait, especially if they're currently working on their terms of reference and trying to determine what exactly that committee is going to be. I think we should wait until they figure that stuff out, because we do already have representation on there to bring those things forward. And if the DEIC committee wants to take something on or to do advocacy, they can do that without a subcommittee, and those conversations can happen regardless of whether there's a subcommittee or not. I think it can be a focus, because a lot of the people on that committee actually do oftentimes represent people in our unhoused communities. So yeah, I don't think the duplication makes sense right now.
Okay. Any further discussion? Comments, council? All right, so nothing. We did have a recommendation made and seconded. If, oh, all right, Councillor Ivey, yep.
Sorry, just one question if I could. So is this coming from diverse, equity and inclusive, or is this?
No.
Like,
No, so this came as a result of a session that came about from a motion of council, I believe it was. Previous.
this?
Yeah, council gave us direction to kind of meet and explore, and I think this is just our attempt to bring it back to the strategy.
Got it.
And strategy action item number 23. So it does bridge it, but we're certainly hearing comments from council about duplication. So that's fine. I think they both can achieve that. It's just, does the Housing Coalition get there? I think is what Councillor Remy is highlighting. So, but it was just our attempt to bring it back to the strategy, because we deviated slightly from it.
Right.
Would be my comments.
Okay.
All right, no more comments. We have a motion made, seconded. We're going to do a show of hands again. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Opposed are Councillors Ivey, John Smith, Councillor Paul Morton, Councillor Bob Morton, Councillor Remy, Councillor McLean, Deputy Mayor Francis, and myself. Motion is defeated. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, next on the agenda is the mayor's report. I'll just do a quick verbal report, council, just for time here. Recently, I've been doing some township promotional videos highlighting the businesses within the core that the township is responsible for. They've been going really well, and they've been getting great hits. So, hopefully that extends to other areas as those groups get their feet under them as well. There was an event this past Friday, Little Entrepreneurs, here in the Windsor Community Center. If anybody didn't get a chance to make it out, it was quite impressive. A lot of little ones, from lemonade to pitchers to crafts to bracelets. I had one guy try to sell me some shoes that he brought from home. It was hey, if I had the money, I would have bought them. Wasn't expecting it, but if when they do it again, definitely make it out. All districts were there, little ones from all districts and a couple from outside. It was quite impressive. Great event, and to all the organizers, thumbs up. Mayor of Queens County came down. We had a nice little discussion on areas of common interest between Queens and West Hants. Through their consolidation or amalgamation and ours, it's amazing the work that West Hants has done and how far West Hants has come in a very short period of time. When we compare it to other regions in Nova Scotia, there's only 3 others other than us, and it's kind of extending from last night's session with the HR consultants there. I just want to give kudos to staff, because we've come a long way, and that's quite impressive when you start comparing, eh? Tim Hortons Camp Day. I know a couple of councillors took part in involvement. Another great fundraiser for the community. Keep it up, you guys. Avondale Wharf Days. I really want to highlight the group down there who puts those on. well attended. Kind of competes with the Wolf Mud Creek days there, but my God, the show they put on, it's impressive. If you haven't been down there on the evening when they shoot those fireworks off with the Avon there in the background and the sunset and the music, and you want to talk about a romantic setting, like holy smokes, like I call it romance. It could be whatever you want to call it, you guys. I was there with my kids. um there's something special in that area. The new playground equipment that the community development put in, like it was impressive. With the participation stuff, I know there's another piece that may be going down there. It's going to be wow. There's something special. I think it needs to be highlighted more into this grandeur of what we have planned. But you want to talk about tourism and wow, what we have. It's wow. Library, couple updates on the library with other municipal units on the extra additional request that the AVRL has put forward. Kings County has deferred any decision till their September meetings. Annapolis County has stuck with their 20% of the request that AVRL put out to them. Middleton has given the full amount that was put out to them. We have Annapolis Royal has Berwick. I don't believe they've made a decision of either way. They're still at their 67% as previously announced there. Kenful has given full, and I don't think there's anything from Wolfville at this point on anything more, but just a quick update on that. There is a Zoom or a Teams meeting, Microsoft Teams, on Justice Minister policing billing model tomorrow. So as that comes on, I don't know if anybody else got the invite or not. I just don't know who it went out to, but we'll update council on that one as well. Same things I think everybody's hearing in the community. There's the development out in Eller's House, roads, potholes, the same things. I think we're all hearing the same things, but just a quick update, council, on mayor stuff. And if there's anything on that, we'll take it. If not, we'll move on. All right, we'll move on. Committee of the Whole excerpts, Committee of the Whole from July 14, 2026, Annapolis Valley Regional Library meeting and council direction. Deputy Mayor.
Council direct the CAO and mayor to explore options for the future of library services within the West Hants Regional Municipality with the province of Nova Scotia and the Annapolis Valley Regional Library, and to report back to council at the earliest opportunity.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis, seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion. All right, show of hands. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Change in scope, RFP consultant services to complete.
There's
Sorry.
one more.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
Council reconfirm an additional $67,200 for the continued operation of both the Windsor and Hansport libraries up to February 28th, 2027, as per the AVRL funding request.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Chair. And just you recall at our last meeting, we'd had a conversation about the wording that we had around this. And then subsequently, we received a letter from the AVRL, which I believe is later in the package. Do we feel that we're lined up with what we have in this motion to meet that requirement? I know when I saw the letter coming through, I was a little bit uncertain, but around the table, we're okay that we're looking pretty good here.
Okay.
Okay.
Further questions? No.
I have a
All those in
question.
favor? Sorry, yep.
So I don't see any wording in there saying providing the services don't change.
I didn't pick up on that, Councillor Morton.
So the wording in the motion doesn't say about as long as nothing changes in Hansport or Windsor for our funding portion.
I think it's the continued operations in Windsor and Hansport, or Hansport and Windsor. So if one doesn't continue, then the motion's null and void.
Yeah, the original motion wasn't rescinded, so it still exists. I think we would see this as an add-on. And it was really around the timing, your worship. I mean, have you voted on this thing yet?
No.
No. So you could perhaps have a friendly amendment to say in alignment with the June motion of council or whenever we made that thing. When did we make that motion? The original motion for the funding.
Be back
Or just
in April or.
you could add some wording to say.
All right, just put the friendly amendment in alignment with the previous motion approved by council. Council's good with that? All right. Okay. We're all on board? All right. Moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councilor Leary Pinch. Any discussions on the motion? All right, all in favor signify by hands up. Opposed, motion is passed. Thank you very much. Change in scope, RFP consultant services complete municipal planning document review. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves the additional budget of $38,490 plus HST for the WSB Canada Inc. to complete the change in scope in relation to the request for the proposals number WHRMPD 23-04 consultant services to complete municipal planning document review.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Ivy. Discussion on the motion. Deputy Mayor.
If I may, I do have a question that I thought of for Director Poirier, if possible.
Director Poirier.
I was going back through this in my notes since Committee of the Whole. And I know you had sent an email to council shortly after that Committee of the Whole for information of the questions or concerns we had. And I'm just wondering, based on what you have received, is the 2 full days enough? Do you feel that when council meets to go through with the questions and concerns they had? Because I do see there's something later on our agenda too that will be part of that process as well. So that's my first question.
Through you, Mayor. I don't currently have any responses from councillors with specific questions or comments in relation to the email that you had mentioned. And that was a follow-up to the original motion of council requesting the additional workshop dates. So right now, if the motion goes through for WSP, we would be hosting a workshop that just basically highlights all the new sections of the document and not really focusing in on any specifics because we don't have any specific topics that council wants to really dive into.
Okay, thank you for that. And just for my clarification, I've gone through this a couple times. We've had this information online since January of 2026, and the province has gone through it in March. Okay. Because I didn't
correct.
support it to me the whole, and I don't want to see staff to have to do a whole lot of work on this. But I just wanted to verify myself for the reasons why I didn't. So thank you for that.
Councilor Ivy.
I'll speak to being negligent and getting a note off to Director Poirier just out of an abundance of things that I'm trying to clear off my desk. But I will pull the notes and I will pull the comments to send along that I've spoken to in as part of the planning documents and part of the planning meeting at different times to assist in that process to ensure that it's clear the areas where I think that highlighting should be done and information looked at. I apologize that you haven't received that. That's on me, especially since I was one of the folks that spoke to see that we get additional time and energy to be able to do this. No question, but my desk is just that covered in paper right now. I'll get that to you.
Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I'm in the same boat. I have a page of notes there, different subsections in the policy. I'll send it off in an email here in the next couple of weeks.
Again, I think staff had requested that beforehand, but Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if I can just take this time just to refresh my memory. Did we make any allowances for any new development coming forward to use the new MPS?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Smith, we can't use the new documents until they're actually approved by council. So right now we're using the current documents, the current Windsor, West Hanson, Hansport for any proposals or anything that's coming through.
Thank you.
But Director Poirier, through a public hearing, staff would go through those changes for the new municipal planning strategy with the public, obviously, as you're presenting the new documents, correct?
Correct. So the plan was to have WSP present at the public hearing for council. So they would basically go over their presentation that they've done to Planning Advisory Committee and council previously of how we got to this point and the major changes that have been proposed in the new documents, and then answer any questions that the public have at that point.
Thank you very much. That's my concerns, council, is we're spending $46,000-ish on a workshop to do pretty much what we're going to be doing through a public hearing. My comments, I don't think it's a very efficient use of dollars. Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So is there the potential that with that public information session, that if counselors had submitted questions prior to, that could be incorporated into their presentation?
Through you, Mayor. Part of the discussion that we're looking for from council through the previous requests that you've had is to basically understand, like, are there issues with the proposed documents? Are there potential changes that you want to see? Because we do want to make sure those are incorporated before we get to the public hearing process and council is at second reading and trying to approve these documents. So if that's something that you can provide in advance, we would provide comments to that effect at the public hearing.
Councillor Remy.
Through you, Chair, I guess I guess we already had the motion, so I can just make a comment. I think the intention of this, I mean, it was a recommendation that came from PAC, if I'm not, mistaken with that. And then I think, or my intention with this was to be able to have some dedicated time aside from the hour or whatever during a regular council meeting to try to squeeze in the questions and have the ability to respond to some of the changes or understand them a little bit better. So I think that was, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but it was also, something that was requested from Planning Advisory Committee. So I'm okay with that extra spend as long as we are understanding all of the changes in those documents or seeing them, and appreciate the fact that it does add a little staff time and those types of things, which is why we're making this motion to alleviate some of that time for staff. But I think it's we're only seeing these changes when they're coming here. And I appreciate the fact that they're available online and those types of things. But I think to sit down and completely understand what's happening and the implications that those could make, because these do direct all of our decisions, or should be, moving forward with what we want West Hands to look like and all of those things. So I think it's well worthwhile to have the full-on workshop. I just wanted to add my 2 cents to that.
Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. When this came before council here a meeting or two ago, it seemed like it was an awful rush. And really the amount of time that was allocated to approving the new plan, was not much more than what would be allocated for rezoning a building lot. And here we've got a document that's supposed to last us for another 25 years. It says that very explicitly. And we just can't rush it. And so we do need the extra time. We've never discussed the municipal planning strategy as a council. We've always shoved it forward. And we started discussing it, and then we'll send it to the consultants. And then the consultants, and then a few times, we wanted to know where it was. Well, it's in the hands of the province. We'll wait till the province looks at it. But we've never discussed it. So I think it's very valuable time, valuable time spent discussing the new plan, identify the changes. We don't have to pick through it in minute detail, but it is extremely important, and I think it's money well spent.
Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to duplicate what Councillor Yanish just said, but fundamentally here we've crossed. That's what I said the last time. We crossed over a couple of planning advisory committees, probably 3 over the course of the last 2 terms in council. We've crossed over 2 councils and then 3 if we go back to when this all began. There is a lot in there, and those folks that have put a lot of time into going through and just reading the document, it's not a single read through. Like it's like studying for a master's degree to try and get through. It's substantial, and I think at this stage where we finally got everything together, it's when people can actually go through and identify. We're all going to pick up areas. We go, holy cow, did we miss that? Or like that's what's in there, and we're far better to do it now and get this done in that September, October timeframe than to be looking at it 6 months from now going, how did we miss that? I really believe we'll be far better served. Tonight's discussion on variances and there's always something coming up that where you say, I wish we had that better defined. So I really support it 100%.
The plan review strategy, it's a living document. It's always going to change. It'll probably change 3 months after council approves something. By no means am I suggesting we rush it through. We've been working at this for 10 years. I question whether we need WSP to come in at a substantial price to go over things that we go over through the process anyways. You do first reading, you send it, they present. Council doesn't have to approve it at that point. It gives you a very good low rundown on exactly what changes are in there and what's being suggested. And then go off and ponder, discuss, think. I believe we're duplicating and costing ourselves something we don't have to cost. But only my thoughts. Motion has been made, seconded. No more lights. We'll put it to a vote. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. Councillors John Smith, Paul Morton, Bob Morton, Deputy Mayor Francis, and myself. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. All right. Next up, WHRM reserve policy changes. Deputy Mayor.
Council approves the updated reserve policy RCOFN 010.01 for the West Hants Regional Municipality.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Ivy. Further discussion on the motion. All right. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you very much. WHRM Procurement Practices Audit Services Excerpt. Deputy Mayor.
Council direct the CAO to provide the correspondence received on June 30th titled West WHRM Procurement Practices Audit Services in advance of the next meeting of the Audit Committee for its review and consideration.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Francis. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Ivy. Further discussion on the motion. All right, signify by putting your hands up. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is passed. One opposed. Deputy Mayor. All right, thank you very much, everybody, on that one. Municipal Council Activity Reports. Thank you for all those who submitted reports. Keep them up. Again, it gives everybody an idea of what's going on in each respective district. Council Municipal Advisory Reports. We have Accessibility Advisory Committee Report and Valley Rent LOC from Councillor Remy on both of those. Again, both are good. It seems like there's some stuff going on in the REN that's moving along and being active and efficient for small businesses, rural businesses, and it seems like there's some momentum there. Accessibility Advisory, again, a lot going on there with Chair Bourgeois doing his thing. So as things keep on going along, it's good work that's progressing things that we're talking about here. So keep it up. New business, strengthening subdivision standards for future private road developments. Councillor Leary Pinch.
Thank you. So this flows well with planning, which we were just discussing. So I've kind of brought this up at PACAC and at Committee of the Whole as well, when we've had other discussions as far as the land use bylaws, subdivision bylaws. planning strategies. And so I've kind of compiled all the information. You guys had the report to read. I looked to East Hants as well as Kings County and HRM. I added in some information from presentations that they had done as a collective where they got consultants out to kind of have a generalized look at what it should look like for future planning based off of disasters that have occurred, that could occur. Also, we've had, as I mentioned in the report, a lot of conversations about waste collection on private roads here, and there will inevitably be future private road developments. And I think it's important to have this written somewhere so that it is happening with every application that is coming in, as opposed to a consideration with staff. And then if there is potentially staff changeover or perhaps two people working on one file, then sometimes that communication can change or not be as explicit. Whereas if it's in the documents themselves, it's pretty reasonably stated. And I think it would be worthwhile to move forward with my recommendation, knowing that we are going to have a planning discussion in the fall. So then this would be rediscussed in the fall and implemented in such a way that staff felt it should be based upon the recommendation. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions to Councillor Larry Pinch, Council? All right, we'll get to your recommendations.
So move that council direct staff to prepare the necessary amendments to the municipal planning strategy, land use bylaw, subdivision bylaw, and any other applicable municipal policies to establish subdivision standards for all future private road developments, requiring a designated common waste collection area located at or near the entrance of private road developments, secondary emergency access or secondary egress where appropriate based on development size, road length, topography, hazard risk, and other community vulnerability factors, and the appropriate incorporation of fire smart and other hazard resilient community design principles into subdivision planning and approval processes where appropriate.
Moved by Councillor Larry Pinch.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paul Whedon. Discussion on the motion, Council. People running out of steam. Not sure if you planned that right or not, Councillor Larry Pinch. All right, by show of head. Oh, I spoke too soon, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I support this in principle, and I just believe with our documents for staff, the only thing, I don't want them to make the necessary amendments because I think there's probably going to need a bigger conversation. And I think this will tie in with our documents because I think they're probably going to have to reach out to some folks on the Fire Smart, the secondary emergency. I support it in principle, but I think I would have rathered it. And I mean, it's all three good things is a little bit more, they're the experts and I don't know if we want them to make amendments until we know what it's gonna amend and what it would look like. But I support it in principle. I think those are all three areas that with everything that's going on are, should be highlighted. Just a comment.
Thank you very much. Anything further, Councillor Ivey?
Well, I also support it, and I think it sort of underlines the previous conversation we had about things that we'd look at within the documents and things that we've experienced over the course of the last year specifically, related. We've had egress through the wind farms. We've got it with the other private developments that are taking place, all of these things. And it's an example of, why it is worth. And so I too wouldn't want to see that there's full work going into doing this. But I think when we see what comes out of the conversations that we have, the breathing documents, that this should have the ability or capacity to get rolled in. I know that's the nature of some of the things that's on my list as it relates to the planning documents. So I support it in this regard. If it helps get it in there, then so be it.
Councillor Remy.
I support the motion 100% and just want to say that I was extremely happy to see the Fire Smart stuff in there. I know a lot of other municipal units across the country have adopted those, and they are there's a lot of education that comes with those too that once we adopt them, can then use those resources to help our residents in subdivisions and beyond, kind of thing, to learn some of those techniques and those ideas. So super excited to see that in that motion.
All right, not seeing any more lights on. Show of hands again. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Deputy Mayor and Councillor Paul Morton opposed. Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, addition of Forest Lakes Development to Curbside Collection Pilot Program Recommendation Report. Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to bring this back up. It's been a topic around the table for quite some time, and I want to thank Deputy Mayor for her starting of the pilot program that she got going out in Vaughan. And just wanted to bring this back again, folks, and just let you know that these residents are having quite an ordeal out there. They're in a very heavily wooded area, and they have a lot of problem with their current system. Their compost bins are routinely upended by bears and raccoons and coyotes. Natural Resources has been involved. They have dumpsters there that are more of a target for people in the outlying area to just come and dump their garbage. So bad, in fact, that they've had to put on combination padlocks on their dumpsters to keep that outside garbage out. But all that has really done is the people just come by now and just throw it beside the dumpsters. So there's, at any given day, there's car parts, there's tires, there's anything you can imagine. And as the emails that we have circulated around to all council have seen, it's been quite an ordeal for them. I've received 13 emails from the 22 residents that are there. I've received 21 of the draft curbside pickup program surveys that have all been completed. And we have a petition that the residents have completed with 21 of the 22 residents signed up. The one that didn't sign up, I believe, was away. So I've spent quite a bit of time on this and met with the residents homeowners association, and their ask is for us to, consider adding them on to the pilot program for curbside waste pickup. Happy to answer any questions or any discussion.
Thank you very much. Questions to Councillor Whedon, Council? Councillor Larry Pinch.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Are those roads able to be serviced by the current waste collection equipment?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Yes, they are accessible by the current waste equipment. Those roads are built to a very high standard, and they're quite wide. They are gravel roads, but they're a very high standard with wide intersections, lots of room for the trucks to maneuver through the area. And I don't believe they have to turn around anywhere because it loops itself back around. So there should be no problem with the current collection trucks on that development.
Councillor Bonnie Smith.
Just a quick question. You mentioned about outsiders dumping garbage there with their larger bins that they have right now. Are they going to, if this goes through, would they be getting rid of those bins, or what would there be to stop that?
I would assume that if we're doing a curbside pickup, then the bins would be removed. The compost area would be removed. They've got themselves a little corral that they've built themselves there to keep all the compost bins together. And when the bears aren't there upending them, it actually looks pretty nice. But when you drive by that area, and it's right at the end of the road off the number 1, it's just inside the county line. So it's kind of the first development you see in West Hants, and what you see is compost bins that are strewn everywhere. So I would assume that part of the appeal of this would be to get those compost bins and dumpsters out of eyes view.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'll comment. I did the pilot project for bonds, heard from those residents multiple times that they were at my community meetings as well. Unfortunately, they didn't have 2 dumpsters. So that was the difference for my reasoning for their pilot project for bonds. And I thought that was a good start because we do have other private roads and didn't want to open up a door where folks already have arrangements with the dumpsters for those private roads. And maybe with the motion that just passed with something going in our planning documents will help that long term, and I hope it does, just as with the others. But that was the only reason Forest Lakes was not added to that at the time, because they did not have that option.
Further questions?
If I may, if I just may to comment on that. Yes, they do have the dumpsters, but it's a very similar problem. The dumpsters work fine as long as everybody is in compliance with it. And I think most of the people in the development are. but it's just a big target for anybody that lives in the outlying districts. Oh, we don't have to take our garbage to the dump. We can just take it to this dumpster over here and just chuck it there. Someone will pick it up. So it's the pilot program is a little bit different, the one in Vaughan, because they have none of those areas. But I don't feel that this is much of a different situation, and it makes sense, in my opinion, to put these folks in the pilot program just to see a different perspective and just to see how it works for their wildlife and for their collection and their community cleanliness.
It is a bit different. Just before I get to Councillor Remy there, it is a bit different group. There is no private road association out there, so it's each resident trying to do their own thing, and I think that's where a lot of the issues are falling on residents. Similar to in Vaughan, there was no collection spot designated for dumpsters. It was a little unique from other private roads in the various areas. With the size and scale of Forest Lakes, or what it is intended to be, it's an issue because there is no one single entity or a responsible body that is tasked with maintaining the bins or maintaining the area or ensuring that people are complying or doing the extras that is needed to keep it nice and clean and tidy, for example. Roads are definitely built to spec and beyond. They were quite lovelily designed and built. It's quite amazing. For no real maintenance, they're fantastic shape almost 20 years later. But so it is a bit different from a traditional private road. I will be supporting it for that reason, because it is different. But Councillor Remy.
I guess mine's a comment, but I don't know if the motion's on the table yet. Are we at questions or comments right now? Doesn't matter.
Whatever you
Okay.
like.
Okay. I believe the cost was $4,000 additional for this pilot for that period of time, right? It was until August of next year.
Yes, if I may, Mayor, what I'm proposing is from September 1st to August 31st of next year. And the estimate of 4,000 is actually quite high. They can do the same pickup for the same price they're doing the Vaughan development at. And I believe it's around 140 some dollars per home, which would bring us around the 28 to 3,000 range. But I put up to 4,000 in case we need green bins or some other related items. So 4,000 is very high end. It would cover all the pickups and extra compost bins that would be needed.
Amazing. Thank you. And through your chair, I will be supporting this 100% because again, I mean, I keep going back to the fact that staff had actually recommended that we do this on private roads. So I'm just going to keep going back to that recommendation that staff brought to us whenever last year, or the year before, that they said that we should be doing it. So, staff are saying it, and I understand there's an additional cost and all of those things, but particularly for the Forest Lakes development, I mean, to no fault of their own, that development has not turned into what they thought it was going to be when they purchased those properties. And I believe the garbage pickup and probably some of those issues probably would have been addressed if it had been able to come to fruition. Hopefully someday it will, but yeah, 100% in support of this.
Further discussion, Councillor Ivy. I believe the motion was made. No, I'm sorry, I lost track. All right, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Mayor. So who's paying for the bins now through you to Councillor?
Actually, that's a great question, Councillor Ivy. I'm not sure who's paying for the bins. If we're paying for them, perhaps the
Bins will be
director.
in the garbage, the waste contract, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, in the waste contract, yeah.
The waste contractor.
Our waste contract.
Our waste contract.
The West Hampton Regional Municipality waste contract.
Right.
As with other private roads, so.
Yeah, so my comment and concern with this is that we're picking away at private roads one road at a time. And it's really not, I appreciate that, we'd had a recommendation a few years ago and that didn't fly for the reasons at the time, and more vehicles, I think, was included within that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but here we are, we're picking away at one road at a time, and and that's why I asked the question, I guess, at the last one, like, do you want it to be a trial or do we just want to do it? But for that, we need the full cost. I'd like to know the full cost of us just doing the roads again. Is it 100,000? Is it 200? And, like, what's the What's the cost on that?
I can't really speak to what the cost would be for all the private roads, but from what I understand, the roads, the pilot program, and this particular development would be the same per pickup cost.
Okay, further questions on Councillor Whedon's report? All right, we will entertain a recommendation if you want to put one forward, Councillor Whedon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd love to put it forward. Recommendation is that council direct staff to add Forest Lake Development in Ardois, Hants County to the newly adapted curbside waste collection pilot program. This will be specific to Eagleview Drive and its associated roads within the development for a period of 1 year, commencing September 1st, 2026 until August 31st, 2027, for an amount of up to $4,000 to be funded through the operating reserves.
Moved by Councillor Whedon, seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Leary Pinch. Discussion on the motion.
One
Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Your Worship. One question on the motion. Does it make sense for us to have a different date? One trial project moving along already, having this one catch up, that they not be both decided at the same time, which I think is pre-budget for next year's cycle, that we tighten that up, that it's not, I know that creates a little bit of uncertainty for the folks in Falls.
Forest Lakes.
Forest Lake, sorry. For that period, but those that are supporting it, it just seems to me it makes more sense to do the tighter cycle. And
yeah, I would probably agree with that. I just wanted to keep it clean for the specific time so we could get staff time to get GFL involved, to get on the roads, to do the pickup. So it would still give it the full year trial.
Okay, for the discussion. Seeing no lights, we'll do a show of hands again. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Opposed, Councillors Ivy, Paul Morton, Yanish, and Deputy Mayor Francis. Motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, correspondence as of the 24th of July, waste concerns and AVRL to West Hants Regional Municipality. And council term correspondence, there's been nothing on that one. So we have two in-camera items, council there, June 23rd, 2026, council in-camera minutes, and MGA 22-2A land matter. Can I have a motion of council to go in camera if it wishes? Moved by Councillor Leary Pinch, seconded by Councillor Ivy. All those in favor signify by hands up. Opposed? Motion is passed. Thank you very much. Those at home, I'm not sure if we'll be coming back from in camera, if there will be direction from that, but thank you. If we're not, enjoy your evenings.